Okay, now turn the switch back on. There we go. And, we do a little bit of happy things. I'm gonna continue being paranoid about the sands, aren't I? I don't need this because my phone died, so I can't monitor anyway. And I can't charge. I don't quite want to get out of our headphones. But yeah, we'll do a little bit of, not Onko, do a little bit of Yves Routes. That way so I have some stuff for the VOD and also just, you know, to heal, I guess. To heal. Yes, to heal. Because I need to heal. I was hoping Cerez at least lived, you know, after all that. And, you know, embraced, you know, treasured the time she spent with Nadia and Lucas, you know, visit their graves. Spent time with Adolf and Anko and Yves. Like, think about them! Adolf and Yves! Not only did they lose Hugo, they find out, oh, Cerez killed herself. So... And then Mathis, too. Like, from my understanding, Jean was killed by Lucas. So Mathis is, I mean, I know Jean's not... But at that point, Mathis is still, someone precious to... Or Jean is still someone precious to Mathis. So he lost someone already, and then he loses Cerez, and like, Lucas. And also, Mathis looked up to Lucas, in a way, I believe. From what I remember, yeah. Yeah, part of Mathis kind of looked up to Lucas a little bit. So there was too much loss for it to be a good salvation ending. For me to be like happy to end stream there. So we're doing more. In a palette cleanse with our precious Yves. But it does end up that, that guide was correct. So, that's nice. That is a relief. So then I guess it is right, so I will follow it. Yves. I have no idea where we are, but... Alright. Let's do Yves. Yeah, Yves. I want to have a drink. Have some of my, iced tea. Caffeine thing. Alright. Yves is a good boy, so... But officially, we won't finish it tonight. Probably. I mean, I guess it could end up being an 8-hour stream. We've done it before. But we probably will just actually do Yves' salvation route next week. Probably, but we'll see where things go. We'll see where things go. After hearing my idea, Yves nodded in agreement. Fucking Capuchin. It just so happened that today we had a work order that requested my presence at Dr. Capuchin's hospital. Wanting to make good use of this opportunity, I looked to find a time where I could possibly speak to him. As for the work order, it wasn't actually from Dr. Capuchin, but rather from Lucas. You know, back in the good days, when things were okay. My baby! She's so precious. She deserves so much better. She did. She deserved so much better. My sweet little child. Maybe you should.
Nadia Prusto.
It feels weird not to. I will. Why not? Except I don't know if shouldn't. But I guess I will. Right. This young lady is my sister, Nadia Proust.
依頼内容通り、どうかこの子の話し相手になってはくれませんか、セレス君。
Now then, I know you've come for work, so would you mind spending some time with her for me, Ceres? Of course. I never knew she was your younger sister. But now that they were side by side, I could see the similarities between them. I was called here to keep Nadia company, and our conversation naturally began with Groom.
先日、イブ君たちには施設の子供たちの相手をお願いしましたね。
I asked Yves if he could take care of the children at the orphanage last time.
あの時は元気な男の子たちがあっという間にイブ君たちの元へ集まってきて。
I was honestly amazed how quickly the boys gathered around him the moment he showed up. They were having a sword fight, but it looked more like they were ganging up on him. In the end, they ended up playing chase with Yves at the targets. As for Yves, it seemed like he was actually having fun, as if he himself was a young boy.
賑やかな人たちなのね。私もいつか会ってみたいわ。
Everyone's so full of spirits. I would love to meet them one day.
ねえ、セレス。そのイブという人はあなたの恋人？
Ceres. Is this Yves' person your boyfriend? Huh? I completely froze. I'm not expecting such a question to come up in the place like this. Where did that come from?
イブさんのことを話す時の表情がとっても優しかったから。
Well, I just saw how happy you looked when you were talking about Yves.
絵本で読んだもの。間違いないわ。まだ恋人同士じゃないのなら早く告白するべきよ。
I just read a story about two people in love. So I know for sure that you should confess your love if you haven't yet. Well, Yves is a very nice person, but
ナディア、私の生徒を困らせないでください。
Nadia, please don't tease my dear students.
すみません、セレス君。恋物語ばかり読み聞かせていた影響
No,
か
let her.
すっかり
It's
混
what
ぜてし
children
ま
are
って。
supposed to do. They're supposed to be nosy. Like I once accidentally told a guy that my sister liked that she liked him. I was really, really young. The kids are supposed to be nosy and straightforward, I guess. Sorry, Saras. It seems the romance novels she's been reading have matured her mind a bit. Oh, I like romance novels myself. I'd be happy to talk about all the different stories we've read.
私は現実の恋に触れてみたいのに。
I was hoping I could hear a real love story. Nadia pouted and puffed out her cheeks. Lucas and I couldn't help but smile at her cute reaction.
ああ、ここにいたのかい、セレス君。頼まれていた例のものを取り揃えてきたよ。
There you are, Saras. I brought what you were looking for.
と、談笑の邪魔をしてしまったかな。
But like I said about Capuchin, I suspected him of, I mean, look at that face! Look at that face! That isn't a face you can trust. The expression on his face. I don't know what the correct word for it would be, but like, I know he's like a stink face. Like he's not a... Like you can just tell he's not a great guy. He's not... He's not someone you should probably trust. Oh, it looks like I came at the wrong time. Nadia's doctor, Dr. Capuchin, appeared with a stack of papers in his arm. I only spoke to him about the suicides earlier this morning, but it looked like he found the materials I wanted already.
先生と何か大事なお話？
Do you have business with the doctor? Yes, but
私のことなら気にしないで。少し喋り疲れちゃったから休みたいと思ってたところなの。
don't worry about me. I'm a bit out of breath from all the talking, so I think I'll have a break. Thank you. If you don't mind, then I'll be off for a moment. I appreciated Nadia's thoughtfulness and stood up to move the conversation outside. Lucas followed as an observer, since I had already told him about my objective.
過去の患者の入院記録から病状部位ごとにカルテを分けて。
I have here the records of past patients, separated by their symptoms and diseases.
心臓発作などの原因が判明している疾患は取り除く。これとこれとこれも除外。
Let me remove the records of those who have known causes such as heart attacks. So this and this aren't needed. He obviously knows what's needed and not needed. He's the cause. Let me back up so I can monitor. Dr. Capuchin separated the papers into different stacks and general categories, leaving only a few papers in his hand.
我が患者たちにも影響が及ぶことを考え、今回は要請を受け入れたが、当然。
I decided to help because your investigation could help our patients. But remember, rights, I won't disclose any of their confidential information to anyone. As you should. I mean, it's confidential for a reason, come on. It's not cool to disclose that stuff.
では左側のカルテは私が確認しましょう。君は右側に積んであるものをお願いします。
Now then, let me check the pile to the left. Can you go through the ones on the right? Understood. With the three of us, it wouldn't take very long. A few hours passed as we silently went through the records, with the occasional reports on our findings. You found something? Who? Suddenly, Lucas gasped as he stared at a sheet of paper. Okay, I'm gonna take this
どう
out.
したんだい
It's tickling me.
リュカ君。
What is it, Lucas? Have you found a lead?
はい。ですが、これは。
Yes, but... But... It was rare that he would stare me like this. Sensing that something wasn't right, I took a peek at the records he had in hand. Oh, I think I remember. What? The record was a record related to the Lycoris Niorsh. And it's about a mother and father who died there after the mother gave birth? This was... There's only a few people who were born in the Lycoris field, so it's pretty easy to narrow it down. A carefully written record with details about a certain patient. In it was a picture of a woman. A woman who looks strangely similar to me. I kind of wish we got to see. I kind of want to see what her mom looked like. I want to see her parents. 18 years ago, a pregnant woman with golden hair came to the hospital with her husband.
胸が焼けるように痛い。
It just feels like it's burning.
私もです。何か重大な病気なのでしょうか。
Mine too. I think we may be seriously ill.
どうしよう。お腹の中にいる子供にまでもしものことがあったら。
What should we do? I need to stay healthy for my baby. Everything about them checked out fine. Considering that the woman was about to give birth, they both were to be admitted. They returned home to fetch some things, but didn't return. Someone should have gone after them. But they probably couldn't find them at their home, and no one would really think to look at a Lycoris field, so... A few weeks later, A corpse patrol unit discovered the bodies in one of the Lagras New York fields. The cause of death was loss of blood. Records show that they repeatedly pierced their chests with daggers until their hearts were mutilated beyond recognition. That doesn't sound pretty. They also still had smiles on their faces, having seemingly died in peace. Since the woman was already dead, the patrol unit cut up open her belly just in case. Miraculously, the unborn baby had survived the ordeal. If the child is still alive, it had to have happened recently. Right? You would think so. Because if they were there for a couple weeks, then I find it really hard that Ceres would have survived. And that the bodies would... well, they would be decaying. Yeah, I know this is fiction, but yeah. The baby was a girl. After the hospital confirmed that she was in fine health, she was sent to an orphanage. The parents' deaths were rolled suicides due to extreme anxiety over their physical states. Their hearts were stabbed with daggers. Of greater importance, is this the baby? Wait, that's me.
それは間違いないのかい？
Are you sure?
ええ、姿への女性はセレス君の生き写しそのものです。
Well, the woman in the picture looks exactly like Ceres, so I think it might be.
男性側も瞳の色が見事に彼女へ遺伝しています。
The color of the man's eyes matched the color of her
間
eyes
違い
too.
ないでしょう。
So I believe they could be our parents. The genetics match. So they're my parents. Even in my earliest memories, I wasn't told much about my parents. I assumed they had passed away, as did many of the other children's parents. They committed suicide at the Lycris New York field by stabbing each other's hearts? After my mother died, her belly was cut open so that I could be taken out?
Ceres君。
Yeah, that is a lot of knowledge to, like, take in at once. Lucas quickly held me up by the shoulders as I lost the strength in my legs. This information was what I needed. Suicide by mutilation of one's heart? The way they died matched the bodies that were found in the alley. Thank you very much, Lucas. I think I'm alright now. With the help of my kind teacher, I straightened up and took a deep breath. In the meantime, Dr. Capuchin took a closer look at the record describing the state of the bodies when recovered.
これは確かにひどい損傷率だ。だとしたら当時彼らの身に今回の変死事件と同じく。
The damage done to the bodies is horrible indeed. What happened to them is similar to the recent incidents.
被害者に衝動的な実施を促す何かしらのトリガーのようなものが起きたとでも。
Perhaps some kind of trigger led the victims to both incidents to commit suicide. And he wouldn't be wrong, not exactly. There is technically a trigger that led to what is happening. It's actually pretty interesting. You know, the whole, like, mystery of how of the deaths here. The murder mystery, part of this route. He mumbled in thought for a moment.
いや、だとしてそれがどうして穏やかな死に顔になる？
No. Even if that were true, why would they die with smiles?
即死には至らない傷をここまでひどくつけられているのだぞ。痛みで気が狂ってもおかしくない。
They repeatedly stabbed themselves until they died. The pain would have driven them out of their minds.
妙な薬や催眠を使われた。いや、それも結局は痛みで正気に戻るはず。
Perhaps a drug or some kind of hypnosis. No. The pain would be too great, even if such methods were employed.
ならば、身に宿した死神の呪いによって錯乱したと言われた方がよほど納得でき。
It would be more believable if they had simply been driven mad by death's presence being so near.
先生、
So Perez. Doctor. He's implying that Ceres killed her parents. Dr. Capuchin finally remembered that Lucas and I were still there.
すまない。私としたことが。そんな不確かなものを信じかけるなど。
I mean, I understand the speculation thing, but watch who's in the room. I'm sorry, I was indulging in speculation based on no evidence. Actually, I'm not counting it out just yet. Lucas gently patted my shoulder to
カル
comfort
テの
me.
情報だけでそんな憶測をしてはいけませんよ。
We shouldn't make assumptions solely based on some old records.
それにこの情報のおかげで君の両親の身元がはっきりと分かったのですから。
At the very least, you finally found out who your parents are because of these medical records. Okay, that is... I guess that is a positive. A positive and a negative, because you found out your parents killed each other. But you know who your parents are, so hey, that's something.
Hmm. 呪いを疑うよりも
Now, what do you
二人の
want
ことを
what do
調
you
べ
wanna
る方
learn
が
more?
建設的だ。
Rather than suspect it's a curse, I may be more constructed to investigate the parents' case. It's maybe more constructive to investigate your parents' case.
だがその前に、セレス君、君の血液を採取しても
Don't
いい
do
か
it!
な？
Don't do it! Under normal circumstances, I'd say yes, do it. But no, here, don't, please. Before we go any further, Ceres, may I ask for a blood sample?
変死の原因が病だった場合、 種類によっては君に遺伝していることもあり得るからね。
If the suicides were caused by some kind of disease, there is a chance it may be latent in you as well. Of course. Afterward, Dr. Capuchin drew 2 vials of my blood. Lucas then kindly suggested that I go home for today. I decided to return to the orphanage alone. Please don't go into the alley, please don't go into the alley, please don't go into the alley. Nothing good happens in the alley. I couldn't explain why, but I couldn't bring myself to go home just yet. Before I knew it, I took a different route. Okay, thank God. Whew. Dodged bullets. Bringing me to the Lycris field in question. I was born here. I never expected to learn who my parents were, or that I was born like this. Information about my parents' strange suicides were forced into my mind. I expected my parents to be gone, but I never expected them to have died so horribly. I couldn't shake off my confusion and sorrow. Lucas did his best to console me, but I've always been spreading misfortune. I cursed my parents ever since I was conceived. I felt my fear and self-loathing returning. The more I thought about what I discovered today, the darker my heart and mind became. Who's there? Footsteps. I lifted my head at the sound. Is that Anko? Of course. Maybe he knows something about what happened when I was born. He does, but he can't say anything, unfortunately. I made my way deeper into the Lycris field on shaky legs, trying my best to avoid the flowers. No, it's Yves! Huh? It wasn't the Watchman of Death. I discovered a shadow, blended into the field, no different from the Watchman.
よし、
Yay, it's Yves!
満開に近い状態で咲いてくれた。
Good. Looks like you've all bloomed pretty well.
愛してるよ。俺の家族たち。このまま無事に育っていってね。
I love you, my family. Make sure to grow nice and strong. At the same location where we reunited. He lovingly stroked the black petals of the nearby Lycris. Yves? The shadow turned out to be that young man who loved every precious life. It's okay, it's just us. Hearing his name, he hurriedly moved away from the flowers and turned toward me.
セレス、なんで君がこ
I'm
の
just
場
taking a
所に
walk. This is kind of romantic and flowers, at sunsets, by the sea. It actually seems like a really pretty place. Ceres, what are you doing here? His first reaction caused him to kick something on the ground at his feet. From the shadows of the flowers appeared a small gardening spade. I was about to say shovel. Similar, but not really. It looked like he had all the tools he needed to tend to the flowers here. Yves, what? The field here bore only lycorises, the flowers of misfortune. What are you doing here with those tools? And were you saying something about love just now?
いや、これは。
He's cute. Well, you see... Yves tried his best to hide what he was doing in a faint voice, but soon...
わかった。全部話すよ。
Fine. I'll tell you everything. Giving thanks to the lycorises? You keep surprising me, Yves. Ah, so were you in the lycris field that night, Yves? Looking back on it, I thought I saw you crying. He just needed a place to
少
let a
し
good cry
感
out.
傷に浸ってたというか、あそこはもともと俺がいるべき場所というか。
Huh? Oh, I guess I was just feeling melancholic. Like, that was the place where I belonged.
ごめん。今は教えられない。いつか折を見てこっそり教えるよ。
Sorry, but I can't explain just yet. I'll tell you about it some other time.
って約束したもんね。予定より少し早くなっちゃったけど。
I suppose it was a promise. It's a bit sooner than I wanted, but
改めて本当の自己紹介をしようか。
let me introduce myself properly this time. Yves gracefully bowed.
俺はイブ。ごくごく一般ので。とは少し違って。
I'm Yves. Somewhat different from normal people.
アルペシェール全土を囲う死を招く災いの花リコリス・ノワージュの所有者にして。
I'm the owner of the Lycris Neorchis, the flowers of misfortune that grow in our Archel.
古からの知識を用い今もなお枯らさず咲かせ続けることを使命とする。
My mission is to use ancient knowledge to keep the flowers in bloom.
リコリスの守護者の末裔だ。
I'm the guardian of the Lycris. That's a cool name. I mentioned one of my ancestors before. He was a merchant, and a strange one at that. This particular ancestor of mine was the root of everything there is today. For now, you could think of him as a pioneer. Long ago, when the pioneer was still alive, in this black flower garden, he met the real death who cursed Arpachel. Upon encountering the shivering pioneer, death cast a curse upon him.
この国を覆うリコリスノワージュを植えたのは他でもない私。
It was I who planted the Lycos Nuage across this land.
この花はいつか私が愛しい同胞の姫君に捧げるため用意したものだ。
The flowers will one day be offered to my dear partner and princess.
故に決して散らせることは許さない。
You must not allow the flowers to wilt.
理不尽に散らせたが最後、この国に生きる命すべてを冥界までいざなってやろう。
Should they wilt, I'll return to reap the lives of all who live here, and take them to Hades. It was not a warning, but an order. The pioneer possessed extensive knowledge and knew how to tend to the Lycris. He convinced the royal family to protect the country from death, becoming the keeper of the fields that surrounded the island. But death never appeared in front of him again. So he made it a mission for his family and bloodline to continue protecting the Lycris until death appeared once again. Eventually, he passed away, leaving behind his bloodline to inherit the mission with no end in sight. My family made sure we did everything we could to protect the country from death. Which meant we would grow more of the black lycorises that the people detested. Lycoris had strong reproductive properties and were very resilient, so we didn't need to tend to them every day. So I came out to the fields every so often to check on them and take care of what needed attention. I always wondered why there were so many Lycoris Neords growing all over the place. I never knew there was someone actually protecting and taking care of them. And it was my friend, Yves. The reason for it sounded so far-fetched that it didn't feel very real. And then again, it would explain why he was out in the field that night, expressing his love to the flowers with tears in his eyes. He probably was out there to take care of the Lycris, to fulfill his mission as their guardian. He was here now for the same reason.
正直なところ、その伝承自体に関しては、俺も半信半疑なんだけど。
To be honest, I had my doubts about what was told to my family, but
実際、俺の両親が世話を放棄した時期は、枯れた数に比例するように、呪いによる死者が増えたみたいで。
do you think it's coincidence or not? When my parents left the flowers alone and they wilted, the number of deaths from the curse seemed to have increased. So, you're taking care of them? Because you have to? You shook his head in response.
リコリスの花は、幼い頃じいさまと一緒にお世話をした思い出の花だからね。
The Lycris flowers are part of my memory from when I took care of them with my grandpa.
純粋に 守りたいと思ったんだ。守護者の使命も施設に入る前から自分から進んで引き継いだんだよ。
I only want to protect them. That's all. So I accepted my role as the guardian before I was taken to the orphanage. Is that why there are so many licorice nears growing around your house?
そうそう。あれ実は自分で繁殖させ
They
たん
look
だ。
pretty there.
球根の状態なら呪いの効果は薄いから慎重に分裂させてね。
Yeah, I actually planted those myself. The curse doesn't spread to the bulbs, so I divided them so they could grow plenty.
リコリスって案外便利なんだよ。どうも畑を荒らす害獣を避ける呪いもあるみたいでさ。
Licorices are surprisingly versatile. The curse keeps animals and insects from ravaging gardens. I don't think it's the curse, but maybe there's like something that emits from that keeps them away?
あと球根は食べると結構美味しい。
Yves, you're not supposed to eat those. This guy. He eats anything and everything. And the bulbs are pretty tasty, so... Huh? You've eaten them? Am I not supposed to? Yves quickly covered his mouth. But it was too late. He didn't have to finish his sentence for me to understand what he did. Don't tell me, Yves. Those family traditions you mentioned? You seriously used them for cooking licorices?
駆け出しで貧乏だった頃、食事に困った時に結構球根だけならいけるかなーって。
Yves, baby, honey. It was back when I started my business. And I didn't have much to eat, so I sorta ate the bulbs, thinking they were safe. Were they safe?
最初は倒れたけど、すりつぶしてよく乾燥させた上で粉状にしてみたらいけた。
Well, I got sick at first, but I found out they go down easy when you grind the bulbs and dry them to powder. I'm not sure if you can really be proud of discovering that. The strange love for food that Yves seemed to have inherited was really scaring me. It scares me too, honestly. I think it moved. Like, that's what his food is. Perhaps he misunderstood my expression, as he suddenly started to chuckle.
災いの花を守ってるなんておかしいと思う？
You think it's strange of me to protect the flowers of misfortune? I looked around the field that I had visited often to feel at ease. No. I actually think your mission is wonderful. Yves probably hadn't expected that response and looked very surprised. Ever since I was little, I would come here and look at the scenery whenever I felt sad and lonely. I felt like the licorices were like me. We both have ominous nicknames. It almost felt like the flowers were telling me that I wasn't alone. Flowers that would kill you if you picked them. A human called Death, who reaped the souls of people just by being around them. The fact that our existences spelled death to those close to us made us strangely similar. Which is why I really love this place, and the licorice neorchis. They grow without fear, and bloom despite the hatred of others. I've always seen them as family to me. So, thank you for protecting them so diligently, Yves. The licorice neorch swayed in the passing breeze, as if agreeing to what I said, when suddenly,
そっか。俺たちが必死に守ってきたリコリスノアージュたちが
I've been protecting and nurturing the licorice neorch flowers all this time.
国中から意味嫌われていたはずの花が君のもう一つの家族
Flowers that everyone in this country hates. But you see them as part of your family.
ありがとうそう言ってくれる人がただ一人でもいてくれるなら
Thank you. I'm happy to know someone feels that way. Even if it's only one verse is many.
俺もじいさまも終わりのない使命を果たす意味を見出すことができる
I think my grandpa and I finally have another reason to fulfill this never-ending mission. CG! I like this CG. This is really cute. I like the way it's drawn. It's really pretty with the sunset in the back. It's really sweet. See, this is what we needed. This is what we needed as like a palate cleanser. I can't talk. Yves reached into his pockets. He took out a single flower and tucked it into my golden hair. What's this?
本物じゃないから安心してこれはじいさまが作ったリコリスの髪飾りだよ
Aw. Don't worry, it's not real. It's a hairpin that my grandpa made in the likeness of the licorice.
もし嫌じゃなければ今の言葉のお礼としてこのまま君に受け取ってほしい
If you don't mind, I want you to accept it as a token of gratitude for what I said. What you said. Yves calmly explained. It's really pretty. It's like a little hair clip. Kinda want one. Per my grandpa's request, his body was buried amongst the licorice flowers. Whenever I came here to pay my respects, I brought the hairpin with me as a symbol. The reason I was crying that night was because it was the anniversary of my grandpa's death. That would do it, yeah. The truth of our encounter was finally revealed. There's no way I can take something so precious to you.
いいんだじいさまもきっと望んでくれてる
It's okay. I'm sure it would make my grandpa happy.
だってこれは少しでも多くの人にリコリスを愛してもらえるよ
After all,
その象徴として作られたものだから
he made it as a symbol of hope that the people would one day come to love the licorice.
リコリスが好きだとそう言ってくれた君にこそきっとふさわしいはず
You said you loved licorice, so I'm sure you're more than worthy of having it. Yves' fingers gently caressed the licorice hairpin in my hair.
国のためとは言っても災いの花を守る一族なんて嫌われて当然だから
It's only natural to be hated as someone guarding the flowers of misfortune, even if it's for the sake of the country.
迫害を防ぐためにも 信頼できる人にしかこの事実は打ち明けないようにしてるんだ。
So to prevent unnecessary conflict, I decided to share the truth with only those I could trust. Oh yeah, you trust us! Yay!
でも自分の愛したものを誰からも愛してもらえないなんてすごく
But you know,
虚しいことだよね。
it's really sad to know that your loved ones aren't loved by others. You spoke about the past forlorningly. Folklore and tradition naturally eroded over time. My parents and relatives wanted nothing to do with the flowers, turning their backs on our family's mission. The exception was my grandpa, who used reliable technology to protect the flower fields, but it was a thankless job, and he could hardly endure the life he had devoted to protect the flowers that were so despised. He must have felt relieved when I came forward to succeed this position, because he passed away only a few days later.
愛されないと分かっている命をわざわざ生かし育むこと、
I'm deliberately nourishing life that I know won't be cherished.
自分と同じ思いをさせる命を増やしてどうする。相手が花とはいえ思い出を言い訳にして残酷なことをしているんじゃないか。
Is it cruel of me to bring new life into the world, only for them to live the same way I had? Just to relive my memories of the past?
俺も心の隅ではずっとそう思ってた。
That's always in the back of my mind.
けどたった今初めてリコリスが咲いていてよかったと愛してくれる人と出会えた。
And now I finally met someone else who loves the lycris in bloom.
俺はそれが嬉しくてたまらない。
Can you see why I'm so happy right now? They're really cute together. He smiled and continued.
君の素敵な思いへの返礼にそれ以上ふさわしいものはないと思うから。
Please accept it as a token of my appreciation for your kind words. Yves was expressing so much joy that he was on the verge of tears. The idea of refusing his offer disappeared from my mind, and I responded to his sincerity by placing my hand on his. Sensing that this was my response, Yves smiled even more happily.
たった今決めた。
I've made my decision.
俺はこの先何があっても君のためにリコリスの守護者としてこの花畑を守り続ける。
No matter what happens, I'll protect this field of lycris. For you as the guardian of the lycris.
だからまたいつでもここを見においで。なんなら何度だって一緒に来よう。
So I hope you'll come back to visit again. If you'd like, I can accompany you too. Thank you. Because I loved the lycris Niorch, and because I was possibly the only one in the country who had ever expressed that love, the innocent smile on his face was just for me. My heart hurts. The warmth of my emotions and the searching pain inside were spread to my face. In an effort to hide my blushing cheek, I moved the pen from my hair and gently held it in the palm of my hand. The gentle sunlight shone on the red petals. It's a unique creation, and very beautiful. Is there a reason the licorice petals are red?
それは俺も不思議に思ってた。じいさま、どこかで突然変異したリコリスでも見つけたのかな？
I've been wondering about that too. Maybe my grandpa found one with a color variation somewhere. Yves then continued that he tried crossbreeding the licorices, but no matter how many times he tried, they always ended up black. He said that the odds of finding a real red licorice was practically impossible.
ま、別にいいか。君の綺麗な髪には赤の方がよく映える。
I guess it's just by design. The red looks better in your hair too. Really?
うん。かわいいよ。綺麗。きっと世界で一番よく似合ってる。
Yeah. You're very cute. Beautiful. It looks better on you than anyone in the world. You're making us fall in love with you. I wondered if his smile and those words were only part of the love he showed everyone. Yves doesn't know the effect he has. Before I knew it, the emotion that filled my chest transformed into a different kind of heat. I ended up spending a little longer with Yves, in the licorice New field, gazing out at the flowers. Yves then said a prayer to his grandfather, as the sun was about to set into the horizon. Finally, I disclosed to him why I came out here, and what I found out about earlier in the day.
そっか。この花畑の中心で君が。
I see. You were born in the middle of this field.
さすがにロマンチックなんて言ってる場合じゃないね。ご両親がそんな形で亡くなったなんて。
I'd love to say there's something romantic about it, but seeing as how your parents died in such a way? Yes. I'm thankful that I finally found out who they were and what they looked like, but... Yves folded his arms and frowned a bit.
けど二人ともリライバーなら国立研究所に履歴ぐらいは残ってるんじゃないかな。
If they were both relivers, wouldn't their records be stored at the institute? You're right! They might not have another backup of their memories, but... The pledge required their signatures, so we could find out what their professions were and what kind of life they lived. We came to the conclusion that we would contact Donuts and Sign tomorrow and ask if they could help us with the research.
ご両親のためにも原因がはっきりわかるといいね。
I hope you can find out the cause of your parents' death for their sake. Yes. And I hope that no one else suffers the same pain my parents went through. About that, yeah, And... Okay. I thought it was gonna go to like cutscene, future, death. I pray that none of my loved ones are lured to Hades. I offered a sincere prayer as I looked up the stars shining above the licorice New Arch. Thank you. Had my prayer reached the stars in the heavens or Hades? Licorice petals rode upon the winds that blew from afar, in the same way the wind brought us back to Coing. I feel like something bad's about to happen. The petals fluttered, soaring high into the sky, just when we were about to lose sight of them. Yep. It was late at night, but for some reason, a crowd was gathered in front of one of the entrances to the alleys. Like I said, nothing ever good happens in the alleys. What's going on?
何かあったのかな？
Did something happen? Sensing something was amiss, Yves and I quickly headed toward the commotion. We happened by a man who always called out to us when we stepped outside the Karun office. What's happened here? The moment my voice came out, the people all turned around at once. They glared at us. No, they glared at me. I felt a chill run down my spine. These were the same people who greeted us with smiles earlier today. But all of a sudden, they were now staring at me with animosity. I reached out toward a man without thinking. Bro, she wasn't even here. Like, people died. It's your fault. It's like I wasn't even. I was like miles away. Get away, you damned Reaper.
サルス
Yves caught me from behind after I was pushed back with force. We both took a step back. Reaper? I hadn't heard that terrible word, used against me for months because of Yves and the others. But the fact that he directed those words at me meant... Don't tell me. Following the coldness running through my body, I looked beyond the crowd. A stream of red flowed through the alley. There was a pungent smell of iron. The licorice petals we lost sight of earlier fluttered gently onto the ground ahead. Screaming. A pile of 4 bodies lay on the ground. Alright, crime scene investigation. What do you notice here? A good moment. You know, I never noticed that there's a apparent... I don't know if it's just for this scene, or if... No, because science is like purplish, so... I think it's just for the scene then. I was gonna say that red and blue, the tattoo, the reliver tattoos. But no, I think that's just for the scene to, you know, deliver the message of this one's male, this one's female. A pile of 4 bodies lay on the ground. Don't look, Cerez! Yves tried to cover Cerez's eyes, as she tried hard to breathe, but it was too late. Her body went limp. She couldn't keep herself standing without Yves' support. Hey, what the hell's going on? We heard Burrow was killed. So how come there are more deaths now?
やっぱりこれは死神の仕業だったのか。
So it really was you behind all this death.
ずっと俺たちやイブを騙して呪い殺す機会を伺ってたんだな。
The residents here are crazy. What the fuck? They were all paranoid. You were fooling us and Yves the whole time so you could curse us all, huh? You've got it all wrong. I wasn't trying to fool.
落ち着いてみんな。この状況で彼女を問い詰めても意味なんてない。
Calm down, everyone. There's no point in blaming her for the situation.
なんでそんな奴をかばうんだよ、イブ。お前だって騙されてたんだぞ。
Why are you on her side, Yves? You've been fooled and you know that.
そうだ。イブから離れろ、死神が。
He's right. Get away from her, Yves. Death! The man picked up a small rock and got ready to throw it at Cerez when... A high-pitched breaking sound stopped them.
はいはい。皆さんその場から動かないでください。
Donuts. Now, everyone. I must ask that you all stay where you are.
国立研究所の長、シアン・ブロフィワーズの名のもとに、この件は僕らが預かります。
By order of the head of the National Research Institute, this matter is now under our control.
研究所の警備兵が到着するまで、遺体は俺たち自警団が保護する。
The corpse will guard the bodies until the Institute sends their guards.
石投げるより先にやることあんだろ。知り合いに連絡して事件に巻き込まれてねえか安否確認でもしてろ。
This is no time to be throwing stones. Contact your families and friends to make sure they're safe. Out from the electric car came a young man wearing an oversized lab coat. 2 members of the corps and...
セレスさん、イブさんも無事ですか？
Cerez, Yves, are you alright?
どうぞ後部座席へ。
Please, in the back seat. The Claude family butler came forward to pull them from behind Donuts, who shielded them from the crowd. Yves was confused as to why they were here. Doesn't matter why we're here, I'm just glad that they are.
この場は俺たちとダハトに任せろ。こいつのこと頼む。
Alright. Good luck. Bye. Let us and Donut take care of this. You take care of her, got it? Cerez was a priority now. Yves nodded silently in response. Despite the glares coming from the crowd, He carried her trembling body in his arms and brought her into the back seats. After making sure everyone was in the car, Jean quickly revved the engine. Did you just run over someone? Ran over and took a picture. That's what it sounded like. Jean drove the car, choosing roads with as few people as possible. The sound of the wind and tires hummed gently. Yves asked what was going on, and Mathis responded as if he expected the question. Apparently, Mathis and Jean were heading to the ocean to use it as reference for the novel Mathis was working on. Sure. I'm joking. As they neared the corpse base, they saw Adolf and decided to stop by for a moment to exchange formalities. It just so happened that Donut was also visiting the base to see Yves. Everyone's gathering together. It was at that time that one of the residents of Cohen came running into the base to report that they found bodies in an alley. Which was why everyone, including Donut, went to Mathis's car to drive to the scene. That's a crowded car.
住民たちの様子を見るに、クーネにすぐ戻るのは危険です。このまま安全な場所までご案内しましょう。
Judging by the residents' reactions, it's not safe to return to Cohen just yet. Let me lead you to a safe haven.
安全な場所？
A safe haven? The basement. No. Institute! Yay! I
こ
love
の
this
国で
place.
最も堅牢な守りが敷かれる場所。
Yes. This country's most fortified, secure location.
国立研究所にて事件を把握されたシアン様がお二人をお待ちになっているとのことです。
In other words, Monsieur Burfise is awaiting your arrival at the National Research Institute. He's waiting for me. I still want to clean this place.
クルーンに死神の娘。今回ばかりは災難だったな。
Finally, Karun and the Maiden of Death. My condolences for what happened.
だが前のような心配はいらん。この衛兵よりも先に死体を回収できるよう、うちの警備兵たちをすでに現場に向かわせている。
But you don't have to worry like last time. My men are already on this way to the site to collect the bodies before the Royal Guard. Cyan was sitting in the lab chair as he calmly greeted the arrivals.
シアンさん、せめて彼女を座らせてあげてから事件について話しませんか？
Cyan, can you at least let her sit down before going any further?
座りたいなら勝手に座れ。なぜ俺がお前らに気を使わなければならん。
What do we have to take care of something as menial as that? Just sit wherever he wants.
相変わらずですね。
He really hasn't changed. Why would he? Jean brought in some folding chairs that were used during our last visit, and everyone finally took a seat. They just have them like there in the corner of the room or something? I think there's a perfectly good couch there. Ceres was leaning limply against Yves, still in shock over what happened. Cyan glanced briefly at her, before nodding.
豊島がいる施設には先ほど使いを出しておいた。しばらくはあそこへ戻らん方が無難だろう。
I've sent a messenger to the old bag at the orphanage. I doubt it's a good idea to return there now.
彼女の身柄をめぐり住人たちが押し寄せる可能性もありますからね。
I wouldn't either. They've done it before, they do it again. I won't be surprised if the residents went to the orphanage to enforce their misguided sense of justice.
むしろ子供たちの心身の安全を考えるなら
Considering that the children still need to be cared for.
いっそシスター・サロメには彼女を追い出したと公言していただいた方が安全かもしれません。
I would say that it's safer to have Sister Salome publicly state that Ceres has been kicked out.
伝言には織り込み済みだ。渋りはするだろうが、あれも一責任者。判断を誤ることはないだろ
I already made that suggestion to her in my message. She won't like it. But I'm sure she'll make the right choice.
じゃあセレスさん、しばらく僕の屋敷で暮らしませんか？
Well, if that's the case, maybe Ceres can stay with me?
シュディならあなたを悪く言う人も少ないでしょうし。
There aren't many in Cheddars who would speak badly about you. For now.
坊ちゃん、ブローの件で我々は王族から謹慎を受けている最中だということを忘れていませんか？
Master, I do hope you haven't forgotten that we are currently being monitored by the royal family due to the Barrow incident. Masses gasped, haven't forgotten. Oh, baby.
下手に彼女
He
を
has a
か
good
くまい
heart.
また騒ぎを起こせば最悪家名の取り潰しもありえます。
If she is with us when another commotion arises, worst case, you may even be stripped of your family name.
そんな。じゃあこの研究所では？
But what about the Institute then?
連中が死神の仕業だと称した変死体が運ばれてくるのがここだぞ。
This is where the bodies assumed to have been killed by death are brought.
遺族と鉢合わせして揉めたいのならば止めはせんが。
If she's not afraid of run-ins with the bereaved families, she can stay.
Oh
yeah, that would... After quietly listening to the others talk, Yves gently held her shaking hands in his. He then began to speak with resolve.
なら彼女はこのまま俺の家クルーンで保護します。
I'll bring her to my house to be protected. To Kroon. That's very public.
さすがに危ないんじゃ。
That's way too dangerous.
下手に逃げ回ったらそれこそ彼女に後ろめたいものがあると示してるようなものだ。
Her running away from the situation will only make everyone suspect the worst.
だったらいっそ堂々としていた方が町の人たちも騒ぎを起こしにくい。
Having her stay somewhere everyone knows about, somewhere obviously public, will keep their suspicions at bay.
それは一理ありますね。
Well, I suppose that might work.
何よりクーネからの信頼が厚いイブさんを敵に回してまで彼女を排除しようとする者は現れないでしょう。
I highly doubt anyone would try to do anything with her when she's with you, given how trusted you are in Coin.
でも変死者が出たという事実がある限り、住人たちの不満や不安はたまるばかりです。
But the fact that more of those mysterious deaths have occurred will only exacerbate the people's fears.
それが爆発してしまったら、彼女だけじゃなくて イブさんにも何をされるか。
One wrong move, and they might snap. Something horrible could happen to both of you and her.
だからそれまでに
Yeah, that's why.
変死事件の犯人が彼女ではないこと、
We need to prove that she isn't the murderer.
そして彼女自身が死神ではないことを根拠を持ってはっきりと証明する。
To prove that she isn't death that everyone believes her to be. Investigation time! Mathis gasped in surprise.
そうでもしなければ呪いというものを当たり前のように受け入れているこの国の人々は納得しない。
We need to take action now, or the people of this country will accept your curse as truth and will never see her differently. They knew what he was saying was right, so they decided to offer help when...
却下だ。
Not a chance.
部外者が変死事件に手を出すことはこの俺が許さん。
I won't allow outsiders like you to meddle in this case. Cyan violently chopped his foot down on his desk as he denied the plan. I like that
シアンさん、いきなりどうした？
that imagery amuses me for some
この
reason.
件に関しては今までずっと協力し合っていたじゃないですか。
Cyan, what are you saying? You've been cooperative to this point, so why now?
勘違いするな。
You don't get me, do you?
お前らと手を組んだのは王族と近衛兵たちがあまりにも使えなかったからだ。
The reason I assisted back then was because the royal family and the royal guard were useless. And they're useless? You're useful now?
そもそも剣士についてはこちらが専門。全面的に任せるのが道理だろう。
For starters, we're professionals when it comes to performing autopsies. So let me handle everything. So letting me handle everything is a no-brainer.
それはそうですが。
Well, yes, but
もしかしてイブさんを呼んだのはその忠告をするためですか？
don't tell me you called Yves here just to tell him not to get involved.
ああ、こいつが言い出すことは大方予想していたのでな。死体の扱いについて約定
Besides,
を
maybe
結
you
ん
need
で
to
お
learn
き
to
たい。
work better together with others. Yes, I expected him to say something like that. So I wanted to make sure we had an agreement on what to do with the bodies.
王族どもも嘘から出た失態を帳消しにするため主導権を握ろうと必死になるはずだ。
The royal family will be desperate to seize the initiative to cover up their lies. I don't want to make more enemies.
じゃあシアンさんにお任せすれば彼女の無実を証明してもらえると。
Okay. So what you're saying is that you can prove her innocence if we leave things to you?
なあ、本当に無実ならばな。
Yeah. That is, if she really is innocent.
まさか彼女の仕業だと思っているんですか？
Wait a second. Do you think she's behind everything? Just like when they first met and negotiated, Yves and Cyan quietly faced each other head on.
まさか。俺はオカルトの類は信じていない。だが、
Of course not. I don't believe in the supernatural or the occult, but
その娘がなぜ不可解な死ばかりをやたらと引き寄せるのか。
why does she of all people bring about such unexplainable deaths?
なぜこの娘が遭遇する不幸にお前ばかりが巻き込まれるのか。
Why does she seem to bring misfortune to others, especially you?
興味がないと言えば嘘になる。
I'd be lying if I said I wasn't interested.
それは交渉ですか？
Are you trying to negotiate with me?
脅しと感じたまま正直に言っても構わんぞ、クルーン。
You can be honest and say the word threats, Kurun.
変死体の件から手を引くのなら、俺はその娘の身柄をどうするつもりもない。
I won't do anything to her if you excuse yourself from this investigation.
と言いたいところだが、納得できないという顔をしているな。
I'd like to believe you'll comply. But, judging by the look on your face, I doubt it.
俺は過去も含めた彼女の死神の逸話そのものを否定するつもりです。
I plan on denying everything that's happened, including the rumors about her being dead.
だから変死体にだけこだわるあなたの条件を飲むわけにはいかない。
Which is why I can't agree with the idea of only you studying the bodies.
ではどうすると？
So what?
今後同じ事件が発生したとして遺体を調べる権利は全てそちらに。自警団も俺たちも一切手を出しません。
Assuming the same thing happens again, we and the corpse will relinquish all rights to the bodies to you.
遺体発見の知らせも優先的に届けます。
We'll also report
必要なら
discoveries
監
of
視
any
官
new
と
bodies.
遺体の運搬や現状保存も手伝います。
And if needed, deliver them to you while preserving the crime scene.
代わりにそれ以外の調査は自由にできる権利をください。
In return, I ask that you give us the right to freely investigate any matter related to the deaths.
死体を無遠慮に触られるよりはマシか。王族への牽制にもなる。
It's better than having inexperienced people handling things. And it'd keep the royal family in check.
いいだろう。その条件を飲んでやる。絡めても許そう。俺の機嫌を損ねない程度に出し抜いてみせろ。
Fine. We have a deal. I'll even let you try to work around me so long as you don't get on my nerves.
だが約定を破り、死体に手を出した瞬間、
But the moment you break the agreements, or the moment you touch the bodies,
その首、俺自ら跳ねると思え。
I'll come behead you myself.
肝に銘じておきます。
I'll keep that in mind. How Schwartz was spoken to the young man with whom he had once in alliance. Cyan left the room and headed back to his laboratory. Yves held Therese as they walked down the corridor. Yves saw Donut returning from the site and explained to him the conversation that took place with Cyan.
はあ、何様誰様シアン様ですかあの人は。
He's just being Cyan. Who the hell does Cyan think he is?
深夜の実験時の護衛としてイブさんたちを雇いたいって言うから。
Needing guards for his experiments? Wanting to hire you and the others?
寝ていた僕を叩き起こして依頼のために向かわせたっていうのに。
He woke me up from my beauty sleep and made me bring you here?
わざわざ喧嘩売るような真似をして追い返すなんて。
Now he practically kicked you
う
out
ちの
after
俺
picking a
様
fight?
上司が本当にすみませんです。
I'm so sorry my boss is a piece of work. He has it rough. He handed Yves a box of chocolate as an apology, which Yves reluctantly accepted. It's like he knew this was happening, so he had the chocolate prepared.
いや、いいんだよ。
He just has like
検視は
spare
専門家
boxes
に
of
任せるの
chocolates
が一番
and
だ
his
し。
lab coats to apologize to people for Cyan being rude to them. Alright, third one today. Here we go. Here. Don't worry, having someone skilled at performing autopsies does make sense.
でも仮にも一緒にお酒まで飲んだお友達だっていうのに。
But you folks were friends, who once even got drunk together.
シアンさん、公私混同はしなさそうですからね。
Cian does seem like the type to separate his personal life from public interests.
果たして彼に功があるのかは怪しいところではありますが。
I am rather suspicious about whether he really does have any interest in the public.
副所長たるダハト様としてはいかがでしょう。シアン様と同意見ですか？
What is your opinion as deputy director, so Donuts? Are you in agreement with Cian?
まさか。僕は可能な限り皆さんの力になりたいと思ってますよ。せっかくできたお友達ですしね。
No way. If anything, I want to offer as much help as possible. I mean, you're about the only friends he has.
とはいえ、僕も副所長とは言っても雇われの身。シアンさんの決定に逆らえるはずもなく。
That's sad. Even if I'm deputy director, he's still my boss, and I'm in no position to go against his decision.
さすがに死体の横流しといったことはできそうにないですね。
So I doubt I can snatch a few bodies for the sake of sending them to you folks.
あと立場関係なく腐乱した死体からの疫病や伝染病の可能性を考えると。
And considering the possibility of plagues and contagions from decomposing corpses,
素人が死体を保管することは推奨できません。エクソシスト教団が運営する例の病院だってそこまでの設備は整ってないはず。
I don't recommend having them stored outside the institute. I doubt that cult-run hospital has space either. Donathan frowned at the sight of Cerez on unsteady footing.
シアンさんがお世話になったセレスさんが苦しんでいるのを放置するのは心苦しい。
I can't stand how Cerez is suffering right now, especially since she's helped take care of Cian.
ということで僕の方でちょっとシステムに介入して。
So I have an idea. I'll just futz around the system a wee bit and...
変死体発生の連絡が警備兵へ伝達されるのを数分だけ遅らせてみましょう。
Let's fix it so any information to the guards is delayed by a few minutes.
その間に自警団の皆さんの方で現場保存という体で薬状に触れない範囲の調査をしちゃってください。
The corpse can secure the crime scene and conduct just enough investigation to not break the agreements.
システムに介入って、そんなことをしていいんですか？
You're gonna compromise the system? Are you sure about this?
もちろんダメですよ。バレたら大目玉です。けど
Of course
まあ
not.
シアンさん愉快犯なところがありますし。
Of course not. I'm dead meat the moment he finds out, but, well, Cian's kind of a psychopath anyway. I mean, it's not a lie. I put this back on. There we go. But I love him anyway. I have issues. Don't look at me.
絡めて OK っていうことはイブさんたちがどういうアプローチでこの事件を調べていくか試してるのかもです。
He did say you could work around him, right? I think he's testing you all to see how you conduct your investigations.
わかった。じゃあその期待に応えないとね。
Understood. Well, I guess I better entertain him. Yves repositioned Cerez in his arms.
早速なんだけど、君に聞きたいことがあるんだ。
Well then, there's a favor I need to ask of you.
彼女の亡くなった両親について調べてもらうことはできる。
Can you gather information about her parents? They should have vials on hand, right?
なるほどなるほど。
Ah, I see.
リコリスの花畑で心臓ね。確かに今回の件と酷似してます。
I can see how the deaths are similar since they lost their hearts in the Lycris field.
了解です。僕が履歴を調べておきます。データが消失していなければ身体チェックの結果も閲覧できるはずですから。
Understood. I'll see what I can find. If they're in our database, then I should be able to confirm their records.
ありがとう。よろしく頼むよ。
Thanks, I'm counting on you.
話もまとまったところで今夜はどうしましょうか。
Now that it looks like things are settled, what should we do tonight? Let's have a party!
裏通りを通ってこっそりクルーンに
We
戻
do
るよ。
every night, Pinky.
ヒューゴも心配してる
Try
だ
to
ろう
take
し。
over the world. I'm gonna take the back alley to Kroon since Hugo's probably worried sick.
シアンさんとの交渉の件もアドルフたちに伝えないと。勝手に条件をまとめたこと怒られるかな。
I also need to let Adolf know what happened with Zion. I bet he's gonna be angry that I didn't consult with him first.
大丈夫だと思いますけど、
I'm sure he won't mind.
もし怒られたらイブさんも食い下がったんだって僕がちゃんと証言しますね。
If he does get angry, then I'll act as your witness to say that you did your best during the negotiation. Yves gently patted Mathis on the head. As a show of thanks, he's a good boy. I love my Mathis. He is a sweet boy. Like, she's hearing none of this. Ceresa's face was still pale. She had remained silent the entire time without expressing a single emotion.
帰ろう、セレス。俺たちの大事なクルーンに。
Let's go, Ceres. Back home, to Kroon.
あの家に咲くリコリスたちもきっと俺たちの帰りを待ってる。
I'm sure the Lycris and Bloom are waiting there for us. His gentle voice reached Ceres. Yes. Her soft voice accompanied by a gentle nod. Boo! Boo! Blech. This place. I've had enough of this place. I hate it. In cells extracted from the blood, one could look deeper to discover chromosomes filled with genes that compose the human body. Yes. Those genes determine the composition of the human body. Does this sound like he's orgasming? I was so overjoyed that I destroyed pieces of the collection around me.
素晴
晴らしい。まさかナディアの他にこんなにも美しい遺伝子を持つ者がいるとは。
If you ever meet a guy like Capuchin, run in the other direction. Run in the other direction. As far as you can. I never expected to find someone with such beautiful genes apart from Nadia's.
ああ、このおぞましくも美しい二重らせんからなる染色体の形、そして数。
The strength of the double helix forming the beauty of the chromosomes. And look at the numbers!
まるであの花のようではないか。
It's as though they're the very same flowers out in the fields.
なぜ、どうして。
But how?
遺伝子を編集してもいないのにこんな遺伝子を持つ人間が生まれたのだ。まさか彼女が本当に死神だとでも。
How can someone be born with such genes without any modifications? Or is she truly death, as everyone professes her to be? No, that doesn't matter.
彼女の遺伝子もまた私のコレクションに加えるにふさわしい。一刻も早く本体を手に入れなくては。
Her genes are more than worthy of joining my collection. I must obtain her body at once. Like I said, it was a mistake giving him her blood. But
遺伝子の動きが不完全だ。染色体の形も時々不自然に歪んでいる。
genes are moving erratically. Some of the chromosomes are warped too. Looking closer, I saw some odd cells that were different from her other cells. As if they were somehow trying to suppress her cells and rewriting the information etched into her genes.
忌まわしい。どこの誰だ。私の遺伝子を
They're
こんな
not
形で怪我
yours!
したのは。
They don't belong to you! How despicable. Who would dare do that to my precious genes? This also meant that someone was aware of her unique physical state, aside from me. This certain someone injected these cells in an effort to prevent others from knowing about them. Absolutely despicable. I won't let anyone take her.
今まではナディアを最優先としていたが、後回しだ。
I've been prioritizing Nadia all this time, but I'll tend to her later.
まずはこの忌まわしい細胞を消し去り、美しい遺伝子の本来の姿を取り戻さなければ。
First, I need to get rid of these intrusive cells and restore the beauty of her genes to what they actually should be. Just don't touch them, please. No.
すぐに迎えに行くから待っていてくれたまえ。
Don't touch us. I'll come to get you soon. Do wait for me.
私のかわいいかわいいリコリスの姫君。
My sweet, adorable Lycoris princess. He's such a creep. Ugh. It seemed I was out cold for a while. Where am I? Was this Yves' room? Why am I here? Oh yeah, that's why. My memories slowly returned. I remember being in Coing when we came upon the site of the massacre. I was in complete shock. Yves came to help me, and then we all skipped to the institutes. I vaguely remember Yves and Cyan exchanging words in a serious conversation, but I can't get myself to remember exactly what they were talking about. I did remember one thing vividly. That Yves kept protecting me, and that he held me by his side the whole time.
お人よしも大概にしろよ
Okay, Hugo. You calm down. You need to calm down. You goddamn goody two-shoes.
お前自分が今までどんだけ努力してこの国の奴らから信頼を勝ち取ったと思ってんだ
Have you forgotten just how much effort you put into everything just to earn the trust of everyone in this godforsaken country?
その全てがあの死神のせいでぶっ壊されるかもしれねえんだぞ
And you might lose everything you've done just because of that manifestation of death. I could hear yelling from behind a door. Mom, Dad, please don't milk you. Is that Hugo? There was only one person who called Yves a goody two-shoes.
Goめん。彼女を預かることを君に何の相談もなく決めたのは悪かったと思ってる。
Sorry. I know it wasn't right for me to make that call without discussing it with you first.
でも俺はセレスだからこそそばに置いて守ろうと決めたんだ。
But I made a decision to keep Ceres by my side so I can protect her.
いつもの親切や人助けのつもりで引き受けたんじゃない。
I'm not helping her or being nice in the way I am with everyone else.
なんでそこまであいつのこと
I don't understand why you're like this when it comes to her. Because the Lycris, I guess. Which is why I really love this place in the Lycris New Arches. They grow without fear and bloom despite the hatred of others. I've always seen them as family to me. So, thank you for protecting them from so diligently, Yves.
好きだと言ってくれたんだ。
I like this tune, this music tune. She says she loves them.
は？君やアドルフにもいつか教えたリコリス・ノワージュの守護者である俺の使命。
I told you and Adolf before about my mission as the guardian of the Lycris New Arches.
それを知っても彼女は決して無意味だと言わず、それどころか誰もが嫌い、必要としないあの場所を。
I told her about it too. But she didn't say it was pointless. She didn't hate the flowers even though everyone else does.
好きだと。守ってくれてありがとうって
She loves
嬉
them.
しそうに言ったんだ。
She thanked me for protecting the place. She said it with a smile.
あの子にとっては些細な言葉だったのかもしれないけどさ、俺すごく 嬉しかったんだよ。
She might not have said those words with any real intention, but to me, it made me really happy.
だから俺は決めたんだ。この先何があっても
Which is why I decided that no matter what happens,
俺たちの長く虚しい使命を丸ごと愛しい感情に変えてくれた彼女の居場所になるんだって。
I'm gonna make that place her home, in return for the love she showed this endless hollow mission.
たかが花を褒めたぐらいでなんだって言うんだよ。
It's kind of like a confirmation that his whole, that what he's been doing has a purpose. I can't believe you came to the decision over petty words with some flowers.
な綺麗事なら誰でも吐ける。仮にそれが
You're just
本心からの
jealous.
言葉だとしても。
Anyone can sweet talk like her. People can say things like that with a straight face.
お前のあの傷を見たら化け物扱いして逃げるに決まって。
When she sees your scar, she's gonna treat you like a monster and turn her back. That was unnecessary. You're being a meanie, Hugo.
ヒューゴ。
悪い、今のはそんなつもりじゃ。
Sorry, I wasn't trying to imply that you're...
いいよ、事実だから。
It's fine. What you said is true.
俺もこの醜い火傷の跡を見せたら彼女との関係は終わると思ってる。
I also think my relationship with her will end the moment she sees my hideous scars. Mm.
両親や悲鳴を上げて逃げていった今までの人たちのように。
Well, your parents were assholes. Just like how everyone else, even my parents, screamed and ran away from me.
裏切られるのが分かってるのに守るなんて。やっぱまともじゃねえよお前は。
You realize you're crazy. Protecting someone you know will betray you one day, right?
もう勝手にしやがれ。
Damn it. Whatever already.
この家はお前の家だ。誰を居候させようとお前の自由だよ。ああ。
This is your place. So it's your damn choice who you want to invite.
ヒューゴ。
お前が無理するなっつったんだぞ。だったら遠慮なく。しばらくの間、俺はクルーンを抜けさせてもらう。
You told me before that I'm free to do what I want. So I'm gonna bail from Karun for a while.
俺が
Until I
頭
cool
を
off.
冷やして戻ってくるまで、いつもみたいに無茶して死ぬんじゃねえぞ、ボケイブ。
Until I cool off and come back. You better not die from your usual nonsense. Got that, you damned idiots?
ありがとう、ヒューゴ。
Thanks, Hugo.
彼女のことは大切だけど、俺の相棒は君だけだ。ずっと帰りを待ってるからね。
She may be precious to me, but you're my only partner. I'll be waiting for you to return.
だったら怒るか引き止めろよ、バカ。
You should yell at me or try to stop me, idiots. Don't fight. You're hurting Puffy's feelings. Poor Puffy just in his like little fishbowl witnessing all this. Mother, father, don't fight. I mean, they kind of are. But which one's the mom and which one's the dad? I could hear Hugo slam open the door and storm out. The person who was always by Yves' side was now gone from Karun, as though he simply vanished. Was it because of me? I needed to leave. Hurry, hurry, hurry! I couldn't keep causing him misfortune and grief any longer. I tried to get out of bed and tumbled down. I couldn't stand properly as my legs was shaking and tangled in sheets. I needed to climb out the window and...
ごめん。今の会話聞こえてたんだ。
Foiled. Sorry, you heard, didn't you? A gentle voice came from behind. Before I knew it, my body rose from the ground. I was gently set down on the bed again.
ここを抜け出してどこに行くつもりだったの？
Where were you planning to run off to? The voice wasn't reprimanding me. He was calm and gentle as he tucked me into bed. Somewhere other than here.
行くあては？
Where exactly? I'm not sure. He smiled as if he knew I would say that. I need to leave before I take away anything else that's precious to you. I need to leave Karun. That's why I need to leave.
俺は君に何かを奪われた記憶なんてない。
I don't recall any instance when you took something away from me. But, Hugo.
ヒューゴなら絶対に戻ってくる。彼、この店のことが好きで仕方ないから。
Hugo will be back from getting milk eventually. I mean, he loves this place and the work we do. But my being here made him act like the others. I can't risk you and Hugo. I can't let you die because of death.
違うよ。君はそんなすごい力なんて持ってない。
You're
目に
wrong.
見えない噂に君自身まで惑わされないで。
You don't have that kind of power. Don't be fooled by those kind of rumors. Yves patted me gently, as though he was trying to console me.
君はどんなに外の世界が怖くても誰かのために一歩足を踏み出せる勇気のある女の子。
No matter how scared you are of the world outside, you have the courage to take that first step for the sake of others. For the sake of others! Everyone gets
食材
sake!
として飼っている魚に名前をつけちゃう可愛い一面を持ってる女の子。
You're a cute girl who's kind enough to even give a name to the fish I was planning to eat. Puppy! Don't do it.
料理が得意で温かくて優しいシチューを作れる家庭的な女の子。
You're a kind-hearted girl who knows how to cook and make the most heartwarming stew in the world.
花を家族みたいと言ってくれるロマンチストな女の子。
You're a dreamer who says that the flowers are like family to you.
ほら、怖いところより可愛いところの方がたくさん。
See? You got more qualities that make you cute instead of fearsome.
根拠のない噂なんかよりそっちの方に自信を持って。
So I think you should be more confident. More confident in them than in some baseless rumor.
そんな君が人の死を願い招くはずがないって俺は心から信じてる。
No, we're not, but... I believe from the bottom of my heart that you're not the type to wish death upon anyone. But she isn't.
たとえこの国の誰もが君を死神と呼び続けても
Even if everyone in the country accuses you of being death,
君を愛
I'll always love you. Or love.
知って
Love. Yves?
困ったな。
I mean, you can
いつ
still
も
say
軽
it.
薄
Does it
な愛
hurt?
の言葉ばかり口にしてるせいか。
You're completely free to continue what you were saying. Please. I'm terrible. I've used the word love so often that...
肝心な時に君を励ませるような
when it matters
他の
most,
綺麗な言葉が出てこない。
I'm not able to think of a better word to lift your spirits.
こんなもどかしさは初めてだ。白鳥な自分が恨めしいよ。
I've never felt so frustrated before. I resent myself for being so cold-hearted. You think too hard on yourself, Yves. You're a really good guy. He is. He's a really good guy. I shook my head in response. You're wrong. Your sincerity is what made you hold back just now, knowing the gravity of what love means. Thank you, Yves. Everything you just said made me really happy. I don't want to give up yet. I know I might be asking for a lot, but... Can I be a normal girl in front of you?
そこはいつまでもって言ってほしいかな。
I was hoping you were gonna say forever. I knew I couldn't say that. Each time he touched me and whispered, a powerful urge within me was telling me that I wanted to be someone special to him. That was something I could never wish for. Dear God, whether I was human or actually death, please watch over this dear person. Please protect him so that he never sees misfortune ever again. That was my wish. My one and only wish. And that's the end of chapter 2. Mm.
初めてあいつを見た時の記憶と感情は
It was kind of sweet. It reminded me of another sweet part from another route. I'm gonna go screenshot the line. I will later. We're focusing on Yves now, so calm down, Boxcat. No gushing about other characters. It's Yves Route right now. My emotions when I first saw him.
今も焦ずこの胸に
Still remain vivid in my hearts.
眩しく強く輝いていて
It was so bright and blinding.
その笑顔をすぐそばで見ていたいと思ったんだ
I wanted to see his smile from as close as possible. I think your cup has a leak on the bottom. Actually, I had to throw away a couple cups recently that had leaks on the bottom. They were plastic ones, but yeah. I need to buy new ones now. Next time I go to Target or Walmart. Discovering the bodies whose hearts were gouged out contradicted the idea that Barreau was dead. The corpses being found near both the orphanage and Kroon didn't bode well. It didn't take long for the people to gossip about the maiden of death and Cohen as the prime suspect. The people gathered around the orphanage to discuss what to do about her.
死神なんて保護するのがそもそも間違ってたのよ。
It was wrong in the first place for her to keep death at the orphanage.
もっと早く貧民街にでも放り出してのたれ死にさせればよかったんだわ。
She should have tossed her out into the streets and let her die.
やめろよ。シスターサロメに罪はないだろう。
Hey, it isn't Sister Salome's fault.
そうか。死神をかばい続けたあの人にだって責任はあるだろう。
What? She's responsible for shielding the damn death this whole time. Yeah, this is gonna be very annoying. Having people come to your door every day and, like, yelling at you, basically. Complaining. Also, probably not doing very much. Nothing positive mentally for the children living here. Yeah. This is supposed to be their safety space. The children were frightened by the relentless stares and locked themselves in their rooms.
マム、どうするんだ？
Mother, what now?
あの死者って人が言ってたみたいに、セレスを施設から追放したことにすんのかよ。
Are you gonna kick Cerez out like that messenger guy said?
今までとは比較にならないほど住人たちの不満が溜まっている以上、
As long
他
as
の
the
子供
residents
た
are
ちの
this
ことを考
frustrated.
えるとどうしてもね。
And they have been for some time now. I have no choice but to protect you children.
けれど ミロはどうしたいの？事件の話を聞いて、
Found it.
あの子、死神がまた怖くなった？
Found it. Yes, I got the ants. I don't have to be paranoid anymore. Yay! Victory! Alright. Calm down. That's a relief. What about you, Milo? Are you scared to death after hearing about the incidents?
そりゃ正直に言えば怖いよ。場所や時間からして単なる偶然とは思えないし。
Yeah, I'm scared. I can't call it just a coincidence with the time and place.
でもさ、あいつより平気で人の悪口を言う他の人間の方が怖い。
But I'm more scared of the people who can badmouth her so easily when she's not around.
あいつらの中にはクルーンでセレスに散々世話になったやつだっているんだろ？
Yeah, they're very two-faced. The people of this country. Some of them actually had Ceres help them out when she was working at Karun, right?
証拠もないのになんであんな簡単に態度を変えられるんだよ。少しは恩とか感じないわけ？
How can you change your attitude so easily when you have no evidence? Don't they feel any gratitude at all? Milo has a good head on his shoulders.
いつかリダイバーになれば、恩なんてものはすべて消え、記録になり果てる。
Once people become relivers, things such as gratitude are lost and simply become a part of the record.
だから付き合いの浅い相手なら、都合が悪くなったら切り捨てても問題ない。
Which is why they're able to distance themselves from acquaintances once things turn inconvenient.
私も含め、この国の人々の頭には、そういった甘えがあるのかもしれないわね。
I suppose it's just a normal way to think for people in this country, myself included.
待てよ。じゃあずっと住人たちを助けてきたクルーンのことも。
Wait a minute. So they would turn their back on Karun after they helped them so many?
さすがにそこまで両親は捨てていないと信じたいけれど。
I would love to believe that
今
the
後
people
の
still
状
have a
況
sense
次
of
第
good
じゃ
in
ない
them.
かしら。
But I suppose it depends on the situation. Yeah. I get you, Milo. I get it. It... Like I said before, the people in this country are kind of dicks. I mean, yeah, I guess it is because of the whole, like, you lose your feelings when you become a reliver thing. But... it's still very, very frustrating. Milo clenched his jaw with frustration, and Salome couldn't help but feel the same way. Ceres had encountered many deaths, just like the recent incidents. It was true that Salome protected Ceres, thinking that there may have been something behind the curse's death. But
あの子のために何もできないことがこんなにももどかしいなんて。
I never thought I would be this frustrated, being unable to do anything for her. She was the same as Adolf now. The girl had long since ceased to be a means to an end. I want to see her fight people. Defend your family. Pooh! Knock them out. Okay, maybe that's a bit excessive, but... A few nights had passed. The recent peace we enjoyed had vanished. Deaths continued every night without fail. Damn it, Lucas! Stop! They spread the Carnival in Cheddars. The smell of blood began to fill the air. The corps and the royal guard were busy gathering bodies before they rotted. The screams of the people pierced through the air as more bodies with their chests gouged out were discovered every night. In fact, I could even hear the screams from Karun, where I had been since the start. Need earbuds at this point, or noise-canceling headphones to cancel out the screams of the country. I hadn't stepped outside, not even once ever since that day. If I did go out, the people would surround and interrogate me as though I was a culprit behind death. As for Yves, who was protecting me, he stepped out to secure another body that was found earlier that morning. Cyan hadn't yet shared any of the autopsy reports with us. Even Dr. Capuchin had contacted us after he took some blood samples from me. It was still lucky that the residents hadn't forced their way inside Karun, but it's pretty frustrating not being able to know what's happening outside apart from what I'm told. The mysterious deaths by supposed suicide was spreading like the flu ever since I came to Karun. It was different from the curse I usually spread, but it was likely still my doing. I caused trouble to Hugo too. Yves and Hugo parted ways during an argument about me. Yves told me that Hugo would return soon enough, but they were supposed to be partners, and they got into a fight, which wouldn't have happened if I wasn't here at Karun. I wanted to be like any other girl. If I hadn't desired something so sinful, and if I had gone through with killing myself, then none of this would have happened. No, it would have. Not everything, but most of it probably would have. As I ruminated over depressing thoughts,
ただいまセレス。ここしばらく一人で留守番ばかりさせちゃってごめんね。
I'm home, Saraz. Sorry for leaving you alone here so often.
はい、これお土産。アドルフが収穫したての野菜分けてくれたんだ。
Here, something for you. Adolf picked some fresh veggies for us. Welcome back, Yves. Let me get you some water right away. I smiled weakly at Yves, who was covered in blood. The blood on his clothes and skin weren't his, but rather from the bodies he'd been expecting. Yves had been tirelessly working to find proof of my innocence. He put a hold on business here and was working with the corpse. I assumed the blood on him was from helping the guards for the Institute move the bodies. That's from all the civilians he had to fight off. Nah. But honestly, I'm kind of surprised no one, during time he's been at work, no one's barged into the Karoon. I mean, it is daytime, but I mean, enough people hate her that no one will report it to the authorities. I have hot water ready for you to wash up with. I can use the vegetables to get something ready for dinner. After a week of seeing him return covered in blood, I grew accustomed to it. I quickly got to washing his clothes, so that he could have some well-earned rest, and because he didn't have too many uniforms. I had to switch my train of thoughts, and do what I could so that I could repay him for causing trouble. Yves is investigating on his own because of me. A few hours later, I handed Yves a fresh towel, after he washed up and changed into a fresh set of clothes. So, how are things outside? Yves took the towel away from me and dried his hair as he groaned a bit, obviously thinking of how to phrase it. He shrugged, knowing there was no hiding it.
完全な混乱状態だね。変死の被害もこのクーネを中心に勢いよく広がってる。
Total chaos, to be honest. The death's been spreading like wildfire from Korean to the other areas.
遺体が見つからない晩の方が珍しいぐらい。前に羊の世話をしに行った区域あったよね。
It's harder to not find a body nowadays.
大量死が起きたみたいで。
In fact, we found more at the place where we took care of those sheep that time. I see. More victims, found at a location I had been before. In her defense, the country is small, so it's not like... She's been a lot of places, so it's kind of hard. In a small country like theirs they live in that you can walk from one side to the other in a day, there's only so many places. And there's only so many places where a person has never been. Unless they're stuck in. Shut in. My victims found in the location I had been before. It seemed my thoughts were easy to read, as Yves smiled and tried to console me.
ただの偶然だよ。何も君が行く場所全部で死人が出てるわけじゃない。
It's just a coincidence. Not like we found bodies every place you've been, you know?
第一その理論なら、一緒に暮らしてる俺が真っ先に死なないとおかしくない？
Assuming that's true, then it'd be strange that I'm still alive, don't you think? Don't say such a thing.
君が最初に不安そうな顔をしたんじゃないか。
Well, you were looking at me so anxiously. I couldn't deny that. So how are things outside? Have the people been saying anything bad about you keeping me here?
みんな、特に何も変わってないよ。いつも通り親しくしてくれてるから、安心して。
Everyone's the same as usual. They're still treating me nicely, so don't worry.
むしろ今は遺体の調査どころか観察すらろくにできないことの方がよっぽど問題かな。
My problem now is that I'm not able to examine any corpses or make any headway in the investigation.
予想以上に警備兵の守りが固い。さすがシアンさんが直々に雇ってる人たちのことはある。
The guards are a lot sharper than I thought. Might have to be if Sign was the one who hired them. Yves then shrugged and told me that the royal guard was on edge now, too. According to Yves, even though Donut was assisting us from the shadows, the guards arrived really quickly before Yves could secure the bodies. Once the guards got there, they cordoned off the crime scene to prevent anyone from going near the bodies.
で、家の中でまで変死事件のことを考えてたら嫌でも暗くなっちゃうや。
You know, talking about the deaths at home is really dampening the mood in the worst way.
少し早いけど夕食を作ろうか。お、そろそろ服も食べ頃じゃない？
Puffy! How about we prepare dinner instead? Oh, I think Puffy's just about ready to eat too. Yves moved toward the fishbowl, only to be greeted by Puffy, plain dead. Puffy's. Good job, Puffy. Survive. You must survive. Use your pufferfish intelligence to trick him. It was a lot rounder than before, since I had been feeding it every day. Yves, that little one's been keeping me company as a conversation partner while you've been out. So, could you leave him out of your food plans for now? At least?
そうなんだ。でも愛嬌のある顔をしてるし、なんとなくわかる気がするかも。
Huh, I see. Well, I can see where you're coming from, since it does have a cute face. A single tap. Yves gave up easily enough and tapped the fishbowl, at which point Puffy's eyes met mine.
じゃあしばらくは
Thank you.
君がこの子の守護者だね。
Thank you, human. I guess you're its guardian for the time being.
服？俺が不在の間、この子の心をしっかり守ってあげるんだよ。
Puffy? You better keep her company and protect her while I'm out. Puffy stopped the movement his master entrusted him with. This mission. Puffy stopped the moment his master entrusted him with this mission. A few seconds later, as if Puffy knew what was being said, it's puffed up with air, as if to say that we could count on it. I just imagine that if anyone, tries to attack them, they grab Puffy, throw it at them, and Puffy puffs up, and, does this pufferfish thing. And that's how it protects her. That's how I see it doing guard duty. 2 hours later. Yves, have you had any trouble lately with taking care of the Lycoris Neoches? I thought maybe your work at the corpse might be taking up all your time.
数週間程度なら放置しても大丈夫。もともとリコリスはめったなことじゃ枯れない丈夫な花だからね。
They can be left alone for a few weeks. The licorice flowers are pretty hardy and don't wilt easily.
守護者とは言っても、俺は花が病気になってないか様子を見に行くぐらい。
Even though they're the
でも
guardian. All I really do is check to make sure they're not sick. Oh, but... But...
枯れてはいないんだけど、昔からたまに不自然に花の数が減ってるような気がするんだ。
I haven't seen any wilted ones. But from time to time, it feels like there are fewer of them around.
まるで誰かがリコリスノワージュを必要として摘み取っていったみたいに。
Like someone's picked the licorice New York for some reason. I know who that is now! Zako! He's eating his meal. It seems like he must be eating the flowers and like faster than usual, like picking it up, picking speed up, picking the pace up. It can't be. No matter how pretty they are, we die from the curse the moment we pick them.
だよね。けどそれならどうしてなんだろ
う。You're right. But it still happens. A conversation continued as we enjoyed our meal when we heard a knock at the door. The calm of the room suddenly turned tense as we looked at each other. I wonder who it is. The close sign was out, so it probably wasn't someone looking to hire us.
アドルフかな。後で様子を見に来るって言ってたし。
Maybe it's Adolf. He did say he was going to come by later. Yves stuffed his mouth with a slice of meat and walked to the door with a fork still hanging from his mouth. He slowly opened it to discover a group of unexpected guests.
イブ君、食べながら対応するのは
We're good.
少々行儀が悪いのでは？
Yves, you do know that greeting someone with food in your mouth is rude, don't you?
先生、これね、変だもん。
Alright, whoever fish. What brings you here? Hughes tucked a fork at his mouth and hid it behind his back after being reprimanded by his teacher. Former teacher.
セレスさんも
The gang's
こんばんは。
here! Most of them.
最後に会った時顔が真っ青だったので心配してました。
Good evening, Ceres. You looked a little pale last time, but I hope you're okay now.
わずかだが追加の差し入れを持ってきた。保存肉と野菜だけじゃ足りないだろう。
It's not much, but we brought over a few things to eat. I doubt what you have here is enough.
果物に美味しいブドウ酒もありますよ。少々気が早いですが、事件解決後にでもゆっくり飲んでください。
We bought some fruits and wine too. I know things haven't been resolved yet, but please enjoy it after things settle down. Adolf and the others came in, holding crates in their arms and walking past Yves, who looked on in surprise. Huh? I couldn't understand what was going on. see. So everyone went to buy groceries for Yves since he was too busy to go out himself. Yves got dressed in the more appropriate attire and rejoined us. Is that necessary? It's his house. If I have guests and I want to be in my pajamas, I'll be in my pajamas. Okay, not just any guests, but like friends. Friend guests. Thank you very much. You wouldn't have had to do this if I was able to go out and buy groceries myself.
困った時はお互い様ですからね。
Well, we are working together, you know? I try to express my deepest thanks to everyone for bringing us food. Is everyone alright? I know I'm a source of problem as death.
大切な教え子を信じない者に教師に就く資格などありません。
One is unworthy of being a teacher if they don't have faith in their students.
僕もあなたは死神である前に僕の初めての友達ですから。
Even if you are death, you're the very first friend I ever made.
俺は坊ちゃんのご意志に従うまでです。
And I abide by my master's beliefs.
理由なんて言うまでもね。
I don't need a reason to be here. Thank you all so much. Everyone smiled at me the same way as before.
シアンとヒューゴ以外の関係者がこうして揃ったんだ。
Even if everyone else hates us, it's good we have some friends. We're all here except for Sign and Hugo.
この際、お前も交えて死体発見時の状況を整理してみるか。
So, why don't we talk about what happened when you discovered the bodies? Okay. It seemed like none of us were going to give up on the mysterious deaths. Everyone sat down in the seats reserved for customers.
状況を整理するぞ。最初の変死事件が起きた時もまた、こいつが第一発見者となったが。
Yes, solving mysteries. Let's get started. She was the first of us to see the bodies this time around, just like in the first case.
あの時はブローが殺した遺体も混ざっていたからかなりややこしい状況になってたんだよね。
That one was confusing, since Burroughs' victims were also mixed in the others.
その後彼はまるで検視を阻止するかのように回収前の遺体を全て潰して回っていた。
He later went about destroying the bodies before they could be collected for autopsies.
そのせいで変死事件もブローの仕業だと思い込んでましたが。
We came to believe that the deaths were because of Burrough, but
皆さんの目の前でブローはなくなった。
Burrough
リラ
died
イ
in
バー
front
と
of
して
our
蘇っ
eyes.
た痕跡も研究所に残されていない。
There were no records of the institutes showing that he revived as a reviver either.
次元式の罠として彼が特殊な病や薬を町に流行させたという可能性もありますが。
There is a possibility that he spread some kind of disease or drug as a trap that would be triggered based on time. I mean, not impossible, but very unlikely. Someone would have to trigger it, right? How would he? I guess it would have to be contained inside something, and then based on a timer, released. But when someone sees something odd,
いえ、それは彼女の両親の件がありますから。
no. That was debunked by her parents' case.
事件の前兆のようなものが彼女が誕生した時点で始まっていたとすると、さすがに時期が合いません。
It was some sort of precursor to the incidents, began at the time of her birth. The timing doesn't seem match.
遺体を狙ったのは事実。しかし、変死事件そのものにブローは関与していない。
It is true that he targeted the bodies, but Burrow himself wasn't involved in the suicides.
そう考えるのが妥当でしょう。
So there's two separate things going on. There's the deaths Burrow caused, and like what we are currently assuming are suicides. And in the first case, Burrow was thought to be the cause of both, but only because he messed with both the bodies of the victims he created and the ones that were the cause of the supposed suicide.
なら何が目的でと思うところだが、死者の意志を追求しようとしたところで時間の無駄だな。
And the question would be why he targeted the corpses. But it's useless pursuing that now that he's dead. Adolf glanced over at Jean for his inputs. Jean gracefully nodded in response and put his hand into his vest. He took out a bunch of papers and spread them out on the table. There were pictures that showed eerie buildings painted in a reddish-black color.
これは写真といって、このカメラに収めた景色をそのまま写し取ったものです。
What you see here are photographs. These are real images captured by a camera. A camera?
例のとても希少だという。私も実物は初めて目にしました。
You mean that rare device? I've never seen one before.
本来ならかなり高額なものを独自のルートで内密に譲っていただいたものなので。
Yes, connections through connections, of course. It is very expensive and difficult to come by, but we managed to obtain one through connections.
窃盗を防ぐためにも周囲には内密にしていただけると助かります。
In order to prevent theft, we would appreciate if you kept this a secret. And for other reasons. We all nodded in agreements.
俺はカメラの希少性より映っている景色の方が気になるかな。
I'm actually more interested in these photographs than the camera itself.
じゃあもしかしてこれ遺体発見現場を撮影したものだったりする？
Jean, let me guess. These are pictures of the different sites where the deaths occurred, right? Huh?
おや、相当暗いのによくお気づきで。
Well, with all the blood, it's kind of hard not to notice. It's gotta be the crime scenes. Now that he mentioned it, I could vaguely see the silhouettes of bodies in the reddish black of the picture. When did you take these? Jean raised his head with pride. It's hiding behind a wall. Quick snapshot. Run. He told us the idea came that night. Thinking about the possibility that the residents would harm Mathis somehow.
どうぞ後部座席へ。
Please, in the back seats.
この場は俺たちとダハトに任せろ。こいつのこと頼む。
Let us and Donut take care of this. You take care of her, got it? It sounded like he punched someone and then took a picture. It's like... He quickly took some shots with the camera just before everyone jumped in the car, as evidence of what happened. Fortunately, they didn't need to use the proof to defend themselves, but... After developing the photos, he discovered that he had inadvertently caught the bodies in the background. But once I'm proud of you, Jean,
協力を申して、自警団の皆さんに紛れて、こっそりと現場を
may
撮
not be the
影
best
させてい
person,
ただ
but
きました。
he's useful. So I asked Adolf for his cooperation, so that I could hide amongst the corpse units and take pictures of each reported incident.
いくら優秀な警備兵とて、一階の執事が希少なカメラを持っているなど夢にも思わないでしょう。
No matter how sharp the guards are, they probably never considered that a butler would be carrying a rare camera.
あ、やっぱり。
But where does he hide it? He's gonna be walking around with like a bag, right? Because that thing's pretty huge. At least it looked like it was. Unless it's smaller than I'm imagining it to be. Because I'm imagining it to be like, not that size, about maybe half the size of my tablets. Like about half the size. I'm imagining the camera to be about like that size, like half. But maybe it's smaller?
How did I get...
ですが、手がかりが少ない現状、貴重な情報源として頂戴するしかないかと。
How to do that? Yeah, I figured. Are you sure that's okay? Perhaps not. But with so few leads, we have no choice but to see if the valuable source of information.
ですが、
I need water.
万が一見つかってもお金を握らせれば見逃してもらえるってジャンが言っていました。
There you go, there you go. Jean told me that even if anyone found out about the photos, we can pay them off to leave us alone. Pay them off?
いつ自分の命が
We have no
原
money.
因不明の変死
We're
で
broke.
刈り取られるかわからないんだ。
There's no telling when, where, or how death will meet us.
だから今、国民の大半は一刻も早く遺伝子と記憶のバックアップを取ろうと必死に金をかき集めてる。
Which is why most people reserve as much money as possible to get their genes and memories backed up.
その通り。おかげで買収する相手には一切困りません。
Indeed. As such, there is no end to the amount of cooperation that one can buy.
出すのはジャンのお金じゃなくてクロード家のお金なんだけど。
In other words, Jean is using the Cloud family fortune. Even if one did have the money to revive, they would also have to wait a long time on the wait list. Not everyone had the luxury to take chances. Well, thank God we have a rich friend. Yay. Thank you, Mathis. Thank you, Jean. I still kind of hate you, Jean, but thanks. We then gathered around to look at the invaluable photos. The first thing that caught our attention was a picture of the victims on the night I was with Yves.
これらの写真を見て何か気になったことはないか？
Is there anything that caught your attention? Lots of dead bodies. Caught my attention? I glanced at the other photos. Adolf told me in minor detail whether about the wounds or the victim's traits might lead to something. I already know what I'm supposed to say about. I'm gonna look at the guide just to make sure. Yes, number of bodies. It's gonna give it away here in a second, but you'll notice that each photo with dead bodies in it has a couple together. Yep. Excuse me, Jean? Do the photos show images of all the victims that were at the scene?
俺が見落としをしていなければ何か気になることでも。
Yes. Unless there were any we overlooked. Is there something on your mind? Yes. Well, it might be a coincidence, but there are an even amount of bodies in each of the photos. Or rather, it looks like there are always two bodies near each other. As if it was decided in advance that they would die together.
ああ、言われてみれば写真を撮るのに必死でまるで気づきませんでした。
I see what you mean. I had noticed it since I was focused on taking the photographs.
それに 二人一組って言われて気づいたんだけど。
I noticed something else now that you brought it up.
これ、各遺体の数がすべて男女一組ずつの同数になってない？
Take a look. Aren't there an equal number of male and female victims?
一つならともかく、すべての現場でってのは。
Happening once is one thing. But at every site?
それに見てください、これ。
Look at this one.
よく見ると全部の遺体の腕や足にリライバーの文様が。
If you look closely at their arms and legs, you can see reliver marks.
他の写真も同様のようです。
There are the other photos as well.
確信にこそ至りませんが、どちらも偶然にしては都合よく揃いすぎていますね。
We can't say for certain, but those details across all the photographs can hardly be called a coincidence. Don't look sad, Ceres. If so, all the deaths must have something in common, such as
第一に、全員がリライバーであること。
1. The victims were relivers, and
第2に、発生現場に男女が平等数揃っていることか。
2. The victims were a male and female pair.
ますますわからなくなってきましたね。
This is becoming increasingly more complicated.
原因が呪いと病気、薬のいずれでも、そこまで細かく条件や対象を選ぶものでしょうか。
I doubt curses, diseases, or drugs are able to target victims based on the specific criteria we found.
そもそもとして
Not to mention,
リライバーの男女が揃うだけでこんな事件が起こるなら、この国は人口の激減でとっくに滅んでるんじゃ。
if a male and female reliver couple was what triggered the deaths, the country would have lost a majority of its population by now.
もっともな意見だよね。なら他の原因や共通点があると考える方が現実的かな。
That's a good argument. If so, then it's more realistic to assume that there's another common factor. We did find unusual links amongst the dead, but like Mathis and Yves said, they weren't strong enough to say that we had found lead. Should we let Cyan know?
とっくに把握されているでしょう。あちらには回収された遺体のすべてが揃っているのですから。
I'm sure he knows already. After all, he has all the bodies that were recovered.
彼と競っているわけではありませんが、遺体の調査だけでこんなにも手がかかる。先が思いやられます。
We're not trying to compete with him, but I am worried how long this may take with how difficult it is to conduct our investigation.
この衛兵からの干渉も心配です。せめて一歩こちらが先に入手できる情報があれば。
I am worried about the Royal Guard too. If we can at least get some information before they intervene.
シアンさんに対してももう一度協力をお願いすることができるかもですが。
We could use whatever we find to request Cyan's help again like before.
交渉材料か。
So negotiation fodder.
シアンさんでは取れない手段で情報を集めるっていうのはありだね。何かしらの方法を考えておこ
We need to use some method that Scion can employ. We should think of what can be done. The grandfather clock told. The time had picked past midnight, urging everyone to leave. No, sleepover! I might have a sleepover. The innocent kind. Puffy's in the room. We didn't have space to have everyone stay the night at Kroon. Yes, we do. You can sit on the floor over there. You can sit on the floor over there. We probably got blankets somewhere, right? I'm sure they have a closet someone can fit into. So Mathis and the others quietly left one by one, so that the residents wouldn't notice.
そうそう、事情を知ったカプシーヌ先生も心配して薬湯を煎じてくださったんです。
Don't take it. Don't take it. Pour it down the drain. Throw it out the window. You can't trust it. Before I forget, Dr. Capuchin heard what happened and prepared a horrible concoction for you two. Concoction.
なんでも緊張をほぐす効果があるのだとか。よければ食後にでも二人で飲んでください。
He said that it has a relaxing effect. Perhaps you can take it after dinner. Thank you very much. I really am causing a lot of problems to everyone.
その心配を解消するためにも、事件や死神の噂を消さなければなりませんね。
In order to ease your worries, we'll need to solve the cases and put an end to these rumors about you. Right. Lucas did his best to cheer me up before going back home. I looked around to find that Adolf was still was the last remaining guest. Apparently, he needed to go on patrol again tonight. So after taking care of me for a while, he went to leave for work.
あ、しまった。次の巡回区域の件、アドルフに聞くのをすっかり忘れてた。
Oh shoot, I forgot to ask Adolf about the schedule for the next shift. Okay, call him. Oh wait, no, never mind.
ちょっと追いかけてくる。すぐに戻るから、外には絶対に出ないでね。
Sorry, I'm going after him. I'll be right back, so you just stay put here, okay? Okay. Be careful out in the dark, Yves. I quickly saw him off as he made a mad dash after Adolf. Adolf and Yves had been working around the clock because of the recent deaths. Is it really alright for me to just stay here like this? Yves told me that he was glad I was here to cook every day, but I could hardly stand just taking care of normal household chores and waiting for him to return safely. The conflicts caused by my being deaf seemed to have fallen on Yves' shoulder. If I can't go outside, maybe there's another way I can help. There had to be. As I paced, wondering what I could do. Yep. I accidentally kicked something that was on the floor. It didn't take me long to recognize it as a transmitter used by the corpse. This looks similar to the one that Yves was using before. But the transmitter I borrowed from Yves is on the table. Which meant Adolf must have dropped his own transmitter. Hold on to it. We can give it to him tomorrow. It's fine. It's nighttime. We shouldn't go out at night. Making sure I am right. Okay, yeah, I am. Alright. Yes, hold on to it. Transmitters were very costly. Adolf wasn't going to be able to do much without it. Then again, I shouldn't go out right after Yves told me to stay put. I'll talk to Yves about it when he gets back. I set Adolf's transmitter down next to Yves's so that he wouldn't be forgotten. It was late already, so I decided to get the bed ready for Yves to sleep in as soon as he returned. No one's home! Suddenly, I heard a noise from outside. I turned around and looked at the entrance, wondering what it could be. The door shook violently with awful sounds. Get in the next room. What the? It definitely wasn't just the wind. My mind told me to escape. So I grabbed the bowl with Puffy inside and moved to the back room. I could hear people gathering outside. Snap out of it, Yves!
あの小娘が大勢の人間を殺したのは明白だろ。いつまで呪われた死神をかくまう気だ。
You know that's the one that killed all these people. And you're still gonna keep her here?
クルーンを続けたか。とっととそいつを貧民街にでも捨ててこい。
If you want Karoon to stay in business, dump her out in the streets already.
拒否したらどうなるか分かってるだろうな。買い物の拒否どころじゃ済まさないぞ。
You assholes. You know what's gonna happen if you refuse, right? We do more than just shut you out from buying our stuff.
あの気色悪い偽善者には何を言っても通じないだろう。
The softy won't understand a damn thing we're saying.
こういう時は自分の立場ってもんを思い知らせてやるのが一番手っ取り早いんだよ。
It's like 10 at night. Can you guys just go away? In times like these, we need to teach him a real lesson so he learns his place. My body moved before my mind understood what they were saying. All I knew was that the emotion coming from the other side of the door was hatred. No. Pure, unadulterated malice. Tuffy, protect us! I held the fishbowl in my arms and shut my eyes tightly when suddenly I heard the crack of the fence that Yves put up to protect his beloved Lycurus Nearchus. Yves, come home quick! Yves caught up to Adolf and asked him about the next patrol shift. After learning more, he couldn't help but feel guilty that the vast majority fell on Adolf himself.
アドルフにばかり負担をかけてごめん。俺だって一応は副団長なのに。
I'm sorry you're handling everything. I'm supposed to be deputy commander too.
そんなこと今さら気にすんな。その分お前には妹を守ってもらってる。
Don't let it bother you. You're the one looking after my little sister.
だがクーネの件は本当に大丈夫なのか？
That's sad. Are things really okay around Kareen? Eve smiled and responded to Adolf's vague question, saying that things were fine.
ほら、俺って自分で言うのもなんだけど、結構打たれ強いから。
I know it's strange for me to say, but I'm pretty resilient, you know?
みんながああやって差し入れを持ってきてくれるだけでも十分に助かってるよ。
Everyone coming over to bring us those groceries was a really huge deal.
限界になったら言えよ。ヒューゴも心配してる。
Let me know if you're at your limits. Hugo's worried about you too.
まあ、本人は平静を装ってるつもりらしいがな。
Well, he's putting on a tough front to keep the others from noticing.
そっか。愛想をつかされてないみたいで安心した。
I see. I'm glad he doesn't hate me or anything.
少しの間離れてみて自覚したけど、俺って今までヒューゴに相当甘やかされてきたよね。
Now that there's some distance between us, I realize Hugo is really taking care of me.
ヒューゴが俺のそばに当然のようにいようとしたみたいに、俺もヒューゴがそばにいるの当然だと思ってた。
The same way he thought it was natural to be with me, I felt it was natural to be with him too.
だからといって彼女を保護したことは絶対に後悔しないけど。
Of course, that doesn't mean I regret protecting her.
俺は自分の力で守ることもできず、お前やあいつに耐え忍ぶことばかり強いているな。
I keep forcing you and her to bear it all because I don't have the power to protect you two.
肝心な時に役に立たないで何がリーダーだ。お前やヒューゴの方がよほど。
What kind of leader am I that I can't help you when it's needed most? You and Hugo are a lot more... Adolf, stop talking bad about yourself. Just as Yves was about to stop Adolf from finishing his sentence.
ここにいたのか、アドルフ。まずいことになったぞ。
There you are, Adolf. We got a problem.
なんだ、イブもいたのかよ。
Oh, Yves, you're here too.
イブがいたら何か都合の悪いことでもあんのか？
Is there a problem that Yves is here?
いや、そういうわけじゃ。むしろイブは当事者だし。
No, that's not it. Actually, it's about Yves.
イブ、すぐにクルーンへ戻れ。お前の家が大変なことになってるぞ。
Yves, hurry back to Karoon. Your house is in danger. Get your asses going! Alright, Cerez. Get Puffy ready to attack. Do like a Water gun. Have Puffy spray water in their faces as a distraction. And then, you know, escape. I should have written that into the story. The presence of the hateful mob vanished after a few minutes. The house and the fence were vandalized. The garbage strewn across the entire entrance was infested with rats and dead insects. The door was kicked so many times that it was nearly caved in. Until now, Kroon had been full of warmth and joy, but things had changed. I looked up at the house sadly.
サレス無事か怪我は
Oh, you're alright. Look good, physically, but... They had probably heard what happened and came running as soon as possible. Upon seeing the aftermath, they both went still. Karun. Yves' precious home. It's all my fault.
あいつら
Why those? They both understood immediately what happened. Yves embraced me to hide the sight from my view.
一人にしてごめん。怖い思いをさせちゃったよね。
I'm sorry I left you alone. It must have been really scary. I shook my head in response. I'm the one at fault. Why did they have to do this to your place, Yves? I overheard they were shutting you out from buying their goods. When I asked you before, you said things weren't any different from before. Even though I already knew the answer, I couldn't hold back from asking Yves, with the hope that he might say otherwise. I never stepped outside the house, which prevented me from seeing the truth. The truth about Yves protecting death. Yves knew he couldn't hide it any longer.
少し長い話になりそうなんだ。
This will take some time to explain.
だから今日のところはゆっくり休んで、明日カプシーヌ先生がくれた薬湯でも飲みながらゆっくり話そう。
So why don't we have some much needed rest, and tomorrow we could talk over Dr. Capuchine's herbal remedy.
君も今はちゃんと話を聞ける状態じゃないだろう。
Right now, I can't say you're in the best condition for a long chat. I nodded quietly in response. Don't drink the tea. Next day. Mathis and the others gathered again at Karun. We explained to everyone what happened the night before, with the harassment from the residents of Koing. I took a few sips from the medical drink, as I heard from Yves and Adolf about what was really happening in Karun. They explained that Yves was seen as the possessed puppet of death because he kept me safe here under his protection. The people had been bad-mouthing him out on the streets, even refusing to serve him at the marsh. Because some in the corpse had died too, the other members apart from Adolf were dancing themselves from Yves. The trust that Korun had built in the community had vanished, and Yves was the new target of their hatred. What happened yesterday was done by a group of people who were upset that Yves wouldn't kick me out. It was safe to assume that the same thing would happen again. He hid what was happening so I wouldn't be worried. He asked everyone to keep me from learning information about what was happening to him. Adolf explained everything with an irritated expression.
もうリライバー技術なんざ関係ねえ。この国の人間の少年はとことん腐ってやがるな。
Clever technology, my ass. It's the people of this country who are rotten to the core.
どうして当事者の俺よりもアドルフが怒ってるのさ。
How are you more upset about this than me?
当事者であるお前が一切怒らないからだ。
It's because you're not upset enough. You've been so upset about... Anyone ever felt that way? Like had someone that wasn't... got mad because someone wasn't bad enough? Jean calmed the two of them down. So the reason everyone came with those groceries?
はい。イブ君は現在、マルシェの全店舗から商品の購入を拒否されているので。
Yes. Yves is currently being denied service by the vendors at the marsh.
僕たちが代わりに。
So we bought them instead.
でも、ブローの件で、僕らもあなたと関わりがあるって知られているので、大量には無理です。
But the people know we're involved with the Burrow incident too, so we couldn't buy a whole lot.
下手に説得をしようとすれば、我々の生活すらも危うくなりかねず。力になれず申し訳ありません。
Trying to convince the masses now will only threaten our livelihoods as well. We're truly sorry we can't be of more help. Please don't apologize. They were risking their lives because of me. Even Yves. He used to live a happy life, adored by everyone in Coen.
しかし、困りましたね。これでは変死事件について調査するどころでは。
At this rate, we might have to leave the country. I admit, this is quite the predicament. At this rate, we may have to shift focus away from our investigation.
まずは嫌がらせをやめてもらうよう、クーネの皆さんの誤解を解いて回りますか。
He's so innocent. It's her baby, honey. That's not gonna... They're not gonna stop just because we asked them. How about we go around Coen and ask them to stop harassing him?
あの薄情な連中が俺たちの話をまともに聞くと思うか？
Do you think those losers would actually listen to us?
でもこのままじゃいつ 彼女やイブさんに危害を加えられるかわかりませんし。
But if we don't do something, the people might end up really harming her and Yves.
だからこそむやみに外に出ては危険かと思いますよ、坊ちゃん。
May I remind you that stepping outside to preach about their innocence is dangerous enough as it is, Master.
一人や二人なら理解者はいるのでは？全員が悪しきものだと断じるのは早計です。
Perhaps there are a few who would understand. Assuming everyone is evil would be presumptuous. Okay, I guess maybe not everyone, but most of the people are not great. Opinions were divided regarding my safety and the investigation. Yves, who is the primary target now, thought for a moment before speaking.
決めた。遺族たちが多くいる区域に行って死亡した男女の特徴を聞き出してくる。
This sounds like a horrible idea. Okay, I'm going to visit the victims' families and gather information about those they lost. He spoke with conviction. I think so too. Yves!
お前一体何を言って自分の置かれてる状況を理解してるのか？
What the hell are you saying? Do you really understand the situation you're in? Everyone was doubting Yves' sanity as he intended not to prove his innocence, but further investigate the case.
教師として許可できません。あまりにも危険すぎます。
As a teacher, I cannot allow that. It's far too dangerous.
住まいの周囲でもこのありさまだというのに、彼女を恨む遺族に会いに行くなど。
Your neighbors have become such a threat. Imagine how much worse the families who detest her will be.
責められるのが目に見えてます。
They'll be going at him with knives. They'll blame me for everything.
それだけならまだいい方です。最悪殺意を向けられることになりますよ。
That alone would be nothing, compared to the real possibility that they might kill you.
でもこのまま家にこもったところで何も進展しない。
But staying inside isn't gonna make any progress.
それに前に話し合ったじゃないか。シアンさんたち研究所やこの衛兵よりも先んじて入手できる情報が欲しいって。
Besides, didn't we talk about this? We need to gather new information before Cyan, the Institute, and the Royal Guard.
それって地道な聞き取り調査以外にないと思うんだ。
The only way to do that is to get out of here and talk to people. I wouldn't be able to do this, no! You're just asking for trouble. Contacting the families of the victims was sure to fail since they wouldn't want to meet. But if he appeared in front of them without warning, they would probably confront him in vents. Especially those who were still grieving. Which also meant there was a good chance they would disclose information they would otherwise never discuss. I guess they're betting on that. Yves explained very calmly, in a tone that suggested he already thought about it at length. His straightforward demeanor kept everyone from saying anything on the contrary. All except for one person. Yves, I can't have you do something so dangerous by yourself. I'm the source of the problem, so I'll do it. That's an even worse idea. I voiced my disagreement with resolve.
そんなの絶対にダメだ。君に万が一のことがあったら。
Not a chance. If something happens to you, I could say the same thing to you. I don't want to harm you or ruin your life anymore. I'm already prepared to suffer the hatred and bereaved of families.
その無実の罪を晴らすために話を聞きに行くんじゃないか。
That's why I'm saying that I'll go and talk to them to prove your innocence. We both stared at each other, refusing to give in. We continued arguing for another 10 minutes or so until finally just the other guys are standing off to the side watching them argue back and forth. I suppose there's not much they can say. Until finally, Yves backed off since I wouldn't give up. So we came to the conclusion that I would go with him to the families of the victims on the condition that I stay by his side. I want to bring Puffy for protection. Things sped up from that point onward. As soon as the sun was about to set, we got into the car and drove through the alleys toward our destination. Night was finally upon us. We made sure that everyone was staying inside their homes, which they did anyway out of fear of being the next victims.
覚悟はいい?
You ready? Yes. With Yu's help, I got out of the back seat of the car and walked with him to a certain area of the district. Adolf and Mathis were standing in by a nearby alley so that they could come and assist if needed. Okay, good we have them at least. I'm glad that, like, purely Cerez and Yves aren't the only ones going. It was so quiet that each footstep could be heard clearly. As promised, I stayed right next to Yves, and... Here we go.
死神の娘が俺たちを殺しに来たぞ!
It's that girl Death here to kill us all! Kill us all! Kill us all! Kill us all! A couple of men yelled out their windows. Immediately, a hostile crowd began to gather around us. You damn murderer!
人間のふりをしたってもう騙されないぞ。お前のせいで何人死んだと思ってやがる。
Pretend to be human all you want. You're not fooling us. Do you know how many have died because of you?
イブもどういう神経でその女を守ってるのよ。
Yves, why in the hell are you protecting her?
そいつと一緒にいたらお前まで呪い殺されるんだぞ。
You know she'll curse you to death if you stay with her, right?
ちょっとあんたたち、いくらなんでも言い過ぎ。
Calm down, everyone. You need to watch what you're saying, or...
うるせえ。かばうってことはお前も死神の仲間か。
Shut up, are you one of Dust's puppets too? Don't yell at the poor prostitute, she's just trying to calm you guys down, or, I guess, calm you down so quote-unquote death doesn't come at you. My shoulder went tense at the palpable rage I could feel all around me. The corps were divided in more ways than one. The Institute was also too busy gathering the corpses and creating relievers to have time for much else. That meant there was no one to control this unruly crowd. Finally, their hatred manifested as violence. Yves! Blood dripped from Yves' forehead. A rock fell to its feet, with red on one side. Despite that, Yves didn't back away, but instead tugged me closer to him before speaking up.
悪いけど、俺は是非を問答するためにここに来たんじゃない。
I'm sorry, but I didn't come here to argue about what's been happening.
彼女の存在以外で死の要因になるような心当たりや変化が起きていなかったか。
I came to see if anyone knows of another reason besides her presence that could have been caused deaths.
変死を遂げた被害者たちについて誰か詳しい話を聞かせてほしい。
Please, I want to talk to someone who might know something else about the victims. He asked with greater conviction, knowing that the worst was yet to come.
この後に及んでこいつの仕業じゃねえって言いたいのか?
After everything that's happened? You're actually telling us it's not her fault? Yes, that's exactly what we're telling you. That's what we've been trying to tell you for months, years, weeks, I don't know. They angrily threw more stones. Some were throwing shards of glass as well. Okay, glass is just unnecessary. Stones are one thing. Glass is another. Glass is more dangerous. Also, where are you getting that glass? Did you just smash your window in and grab the pieces? Yu's face and body gradually turned red with blood. Please stop. Yves didn't do anything wrong. I'm the one who should.
静かに。
Be quiet. Yves stopped me mid-sentence, as he continued to protect me from the mob's hostility. They didn't let up. Even a single groan of pain. He didn't let out even a single groan of pain. Concentrating all his strength on listening. Through the anger and the hatred, he heard.
俺の弟はもうすぐ結婚する予定だったのに。
My younger brother was about to get married.
あいつだけじゃなく、俺の妹になるはずだった彼女まで殺すなんて。
And you just had to kill him and his future wife.
私の娘だってようやく素敵な男性に巡り会えたのに。
My daughter finally found such a wonderful man after so long. Yves put his arm firmly around my shoulder. He began to walk into the crowd. We slowly made our way through until we reached the two who had known the victims personally. Yves' eyes were full of determination. He took another strong step forward, as though he didn't feel any pain. His unusual demeanor made the others stop throwing objects at him, and they slowly parted to let us through. The yelling settled down into murmurs. In the midst of the confusion, we finally ended up in front of the man and the woman. Excuse me. I begin to speak in a careful manner.
何よ、言い訳なんて聞きたくないわ。
What? You're not getting away with what you done.
よくも俺の弟夫婦を。あいつらが何をしたって言うんだ！
How dare you kill my younger brother and his fiancée? What did they ever do to you? Of course they didn't want to hear any excuses from death. The man fearfully drew out a knife and pointed it at me and Yves. The crowd slowly regained their courage and began to show movement again, not wanting to be the next victims.
今、なんて
What did you say earlier?
被害者について傷口をえぐってしまうことは本当に申し訳ないと思うけど
I mean, I guess we are getting the information, but this isn't pretty. About the victims. I'm sorry for asking you to remember something so painful, but
彼らが死ぬ前の近況をもう一度聞かせてほしい
can you please tell us what happened with them before they died? His serious voice seemed to ring through the air and subdued the crowd. All the sound around us vanished and was replaced by silence. The man with the knife was probably taken aback by Yves' stare. He slowly began to speak.
近況って言われても
Happened?
俺の弟とその恋人はイブたちの仲睦ましい姿に影響を受けて告白し合い結ばれたんだ
After seeing you two together, my younger brother and his girlfriend decided to get married.
このまま勢いで結婚式も挙げてしまおうって話になった矢先にその死神のせいで二人揃って死んじまって
They were talking about having a wedding reception. But before they could, the girl next to you killed them.
私の娘もずっと片思いをしてくれた男性から告白を受けた直後に
My daughter too. She got a confession from someone she had feelings for.
本人だけじゃなく相手である恋人と男女揃って
So they weren't individuals, but couples in love with each other. Remember the pictures? Wait. Yves' words sparked a thought into my mind.
え？俺のダチも好きな子に告白した途端相手と一緒に死んじまったぞ。
Huh? My friend died with the girl he liked after they got together.
僕の妹と恋人も
My younger sister and her lover too.
私の兄も
Seen a pattern.
結婚式の前夜に
My brother too, the night before his wedding. The crowd around us began to murmur, this time from the discovery of a common link amongst the victims. At the sight of everyone around us, Yves and I looked at each other and nodded. We used the opportunity and ran into an alley to escape from the confused crowd. So love solves all, but it also causes death. That's today's lesson. There, we jumped into the car that Mathis had ready, and quickly headed back to Coring. The information we needed to share now was about the commonalities we found amongst the victims.
これはあくまで予想だけど もしかして変死を遂げる条件は？
I know it's only an assumption, but I think I have an idea of what triggers the deaths.
愛する恋人がいる。あるいは恋愛感情を持つリライバーなんじゃないかな。
I think it has to do with relivers in some sort of romantic relationship. Everyone looks surprised at the revelation while I tended to his wounds.
そうか。だから常に男女一組だったのか。
I see. Which is why they were always in pairs.
彼らは偶然出会った他人同士ではなく、そばにいて当然の仲だったということですか？
So it wasn't chance they were found together by chance. It wasn't that they were found together by chance. They were actually with someone they were very close to.
おそらく相引きの最中に何かが起きて死亡したんだろうな。
I assume something else must have happened during those encounters. Gouged chests, relivers, love. All of them pointed to a single point of interest.
リライバーの心臓、感情を司るメモリーには恋愛感情を次回の性に持ち越せないというかなり特殊な仕様が存在します。
The unique memory feature of a reliver's heart controls their emotions, preventing love from carrying over into their new lives.
傷口が心臓部であることを考えると、その感情が変死事件の鍵となっている可能性は非常に高いですね。
It would seem so, yeah. Considering that their chests were gouged out, it is very likely that their emotions play a key role in the strange deaths. In other words, so relivers die when they feel love or enter into a relationship?
どうでしょう。そんな致命的な不具合があるのなら、とっくに知られているはずでは。
Who knows? If that were true, a terminal bug like this would already be well known. Then, there must be some other condition that triggers the deaths.
開発者であるシアンが原因を解明したがってた理由も気にかかるな。
I wonder what Cyan's thought process about it is. As the creator of the technology?
それはさすがにまだわからないかな。
Well, I doubt we can find out anytime soon. Head trauma. I mean, he did get hit in the head quite a lot. It was bleeding. You've swallowed bits, then slowly leaned against my shoulder. Is there a problem, Yves?
ごめん。実はさっきからめまいがひどくて。
Sorry, it's just... I've been dizzy this whole time. Huh?
あれだけ石を頭にぶつけられたんだ。当然だろ。なんで倒れる前に言わねえんだ。
Not surprised. Considering you were hit on the head so many times with those rocks, you should have said so sooner.
いつものことじゃないか。言いたくても感覚がよくわからないんだよ。
Well, you know me. Even if I want to say something, I don't always know how.
貴重な証言も得られたことですし、イブさんの体調を考えて今日はもう解散としましょう。
We obtained some invaluable information. So considering Yves' condition, might I suggest we disband for today?
はい。イブさんはもう寝た方がいいかと。
True. Yves, you should really get some rest.
看病はいつものように セレスさんにお願いしても。
Ceres, would you kindly look after him? Yes. Let me send you off first. There was nothing else that could be done for now. Yves nodded weakly in agreements and slowly went to get changed. I usually slept on a cot that could be easily disassembled, which I borrowed from Adolf. It was set up slightly away from Yves' bed. He told me at the beginning that I could choose where I wanted to sleep. Being too close would have made me nervous, and being too far away would have been lonely, so I chose a comfortable distance in between. But no matter where I was in the house, even the slightest rustle frightened me. The sound of the wind rattling the window gave me a sudden start.
怖いなら、いっそ一緒のベッドに寝る？
If you're scared, why don't you sleep in my bed with me? Yves had just tucked himself in, but he was now reaching out to me with his gentle voice. Please don't tease me at a time like this.
からかってないよ。俺は大真面目ですっと。
I'm not teasing you. I'm dead serious. See? What? Before I knew it, Yves had taken me by the hand and pulled me into his bed. I looked in surprise to find Yves' beautiful face right in front of me. Yves!
だから、ふざけてないって。温かい君がそばにいてくれると、
Like I
俺も
said,
安心して眠れるんだ。
I'm not teasing. I'll be able to sleep better too, if someone nice and warm is next to me.
俺を心配してくれてるなら、回復のためにもここは一つ。お願い。
If you're really worried about me, can you stay here with me, please? Or not? There was no way I could escape after seeing him look at me with his beautiful eyes. Yves is really good at being sweet. I was sure he was only acting this way because of how scared I was, but the kinder he was, the more my heart was filled with guilt. Which is why I had to ask. Yves, tell me, why are you so kind to me, even after I tore apart your life? I simply couldn't hold back anymore. Not only did I cause the burn on your face, I also took away the happy, peaceful life you worked so hard for. So why? Why aren't you chasing me away? Why are you protecting me like this? I have no right to be protected by you. Silence filled the air. Yves' eyes narrowed with sadness.
なんか、寂しいなって。
Good enough answer. I guess because of loneliness. Huh? Yves gently held my hand under the sheets.
俺にはまだまだ、この場所で、君と一緒にやりたいことが山のようにあるんだ。
I have a whole lot of things I want to do with you here. In the house or in the bed?
もっとたくさんの依頼を受けて、一人でも多くの同郷たちに 君の素敵なところを教えたい。
I want to take on as many orders as possible and show everyone how wonderful you are.
君が教えてくれる料理の腕がいつか誇れるものになったら、
One day, I'll learn how to cook just as well as you do.
お弁当を作ってさ、あのリコリスノワージュの花畑で
When that day
一緒に
comes,
食べてみたい。
I'll make us some lunch, and we can enjoy a picnic at Lycos Fields.
でも
That would be sweet.
君を失ったら、その願いはすべて叶わないんだ。
But if I lose you, all that I wanted for us would disappear.
おかしいよね。
This is strange.
君が人間だろうが死神だろうが、
This is a really cutesy tree.
こうして俺の前で懸命に生きている一つの命には変わりない。
Human or not, death or not, it's clear to me that you're struggling hard to live a good life.
なら君は他の人間と等しく俺が愛すべき存在だ。
That means you're no different from any other person. Someone that I can love.
他の誰が君を嫌おうと、俺は君のことを迷わず愛するよ。
No matter who may hate you, I can say without a doubt that I love you.
ずっと愛してあげるって偉そうに言っておきながら、
I told you I would love you no matter what, but
今の俺は愛することよりも君に与えてもらうことばかりを考えてる。
instead of giving you my love, I'm only thinking about the love I can get from you. That's okay. You give enough love as is. You're allowed to be selfish. Hearing those words filled my heart with joy. I didn't know what kind of emotion drove Yves to say that. He was so kind and loved others so easily that he actually worried me. And yet, he treated me like someone special. But I didn't want to take anything special from him anymore. As if he knew what I was thinking, he gripped my hand more tightly.
だからお願いだ。一人思い詰めて出ていくことだけはしないでほしい。
So please, I don't want you to feel bad about yourself and leave.
必ず俺が君を普通の女の子だってみんなに証明してみせるから。
I promise. I'll prove to everyone that you're a normal human girl. This was so unfair. There was no way I could refuse him with an expression and gentle voice. What if, hypothetically speaking, he nodded and waited for me to continue. Like you said, Yves, if one day I'm able to say with confidence that I'm a normal girl, I want to repay you and Hugo 100-fold for all the happiness you give me. What did Hugo do for us? I know it sounds strange to have a favor returned to you by death, but if that day comes, will you accept it?
喜んで。今から楽しみにしてるよ。
Oh, hardly. I can't wait. Yves' gentle hand under the sheet pulled me closer to him, and I complied. Sleeping with his warmth beside me was so comfortable that it was scary. I need water. I was afraid of the sun setting. I resented the sun rising in the sky. If only time could stop. I could only imagine how happy I'd be if I could spend the rest of my life with Yves and the others. But a new day would come, and it would take even more from Yves' life. And I hated myself for being the reason why. Dear God, please. If it turned out that I was the evil behind this, I would accept any punishment. So please, return his life to the way it was. Please. Yves has done nothing wrong. He even loved the flowers of misfortune. He was simply too kind. He is too kind. But that's a good thing. But he deserves all the happiness in the world, for real, for else. A life that repeated every 23 years in the same form. There were only 3 people in this world who found fault in my flawed reasoning. I met and parted with each of the 3 in the field of the Lycris Neoges. Among them was a certain married couple I met in the field at midday.
非常でわがままで傲慢な神様。
You ruthless, selfish, arrogant God.
人の心を理解できないあなたはこの世の誰より哀れで無様な存在だ。
Not understanding human emotion makes you the saddest, most pathetic existence of all.
きっとあなたは生涯この胸を裂くほどの心地よい痛みを理解することはないのでしょうね。
I'm sure you will never understand this comforting, heart-wrenching pain.
かわいそう。
Poor thing.
かわいそうです。
Yes, poor thing.
あまりに哀れすぎて。
So poor are you that
欲したところで得られぬ呪いをこの命でかけてしまいそう。
we would exchange our lives so that you are cursed to never know this feeling forever. How ironic, because in his roots, your daughter actually falls in love with him. The couple pitied me. They chose the path of oblivion, so they could prove the strength of what I detested. The other one I met at the Lycris field at dusk. He came from a bloodline bound by a noble mission.
もう君の研究に協力はできない。
I cannot help with your research anymore.
シアン・ブロフィワーズ。考えを改めるつもりがないのなら、今から覚悟しておくといい。
can guess this is one of Yves' ancestors. See and Brofice. If you don't plan on changing your mindset, you may as well prepare yourself now.
我らが永遠の友情を誓う友の予言が確かならば、君がいつかリコリスの化身を害したとき、
If what our friend said is true, if you ever harm the incarnation of the Lycoris despite the eternal friendship we vowed,
我らの血族から君の信念を真っ向から否定する者が現れるだろう。
someone will appear from our bloodline to deny your beliefs outright.
その瞬間こそ、神としての君が終わるイブにして、
The eve of your undoing. Your role as a god will meet its end.
ただの人間に引きずり落とされる時だ。
Your downfall will drag you to the mortal realm. Basically a reality check.
夢か。こんなくだらん記憶を今さらどうして。
A dream. Why am I remembering such a useless memory now? I woke to find dark red blood dripping from my stained lab coats. I wiped away the blood with annoyance. Around me were the freshly delivered bodies.
He just fell asleep in the middle of the bodies. It's fine.
I had dissected and autopsied 24 of them since the new crop of deaths.
これも編集されているな。この俺の目を盗み出し抜くとは、どこの誰が。
Looks like this was tampered with too. Who would dare try to deceive me?
シアンさん、追加の白衣とメスを持ってきましたよ。
How many fresh lab coats does he need to bring him on a daily basis? I wonder. Just give him a closet full of fresh lab coats. Might be easier than bringing them to the dry cleaning every day. Cyan! I brought you some fresh lab coats and scalpels!
うわ！えげつない血の量。シアンさん、返り血まみれで気持ち悪くないんですか？
Ew. Yuck. Look at all the blood. Cyan, aren't you sick of being covered in all that?
死後間もない死体を解剖してるんだ。多少の汚れは許容している。
I expect to get dirty if I'm dissecting newly dead.
検視の結果は後でデータにまとめる。お前の方で全職員に共有しておけ。
I'll compare the autopsy results later. Share the data with staff.
了解です。つまり今回も進展なしと。
Got it. Nothing special to report, right?
ふふ、なんだか親近感。シオンさんにもわからない人体の謎が存在するんですね。
I feel a bit closer to you now. There are still things about the human anatomy that even you don't know and understand. I really need to re-download Area X and listen to the music. Cause I swear this is the same BG. BGM.
お前は俺が何のために呪いを調査するこの研究所を立ち上げたと思っている。
Why would I go to the trouble of establishing the institutes if the curse was fully understood? Donut nodded in agreement, and sat down to clean lab coats and scalpels on the workbench.
クルーンたちの様子はどうだ？
How is Kroon doing?
シアンさんが予想してた通り、かなりクーネでの立場が悪くなってるみたいです。
As you expected, it seems they're no longer welcomed by the people of Koin. Considering the shared mentality of those living in Apachel, that was easy enough to predict. I could only shake my head and select a scalpel to use. But Donuts, with his usual childish attitude, was dissatisfied by the idea that someone he knew could be treated unfairly.
シアンさんから今回の件は彼女の仕業じゃないって発表してもらうこととか。
Svian? Can't you make an announcement that these deaths aren't her fault?
不確定な要素は公にせん主義だ。
I won't announce what can't be proven.
大体、もはや罪の有無など関係ないだろう。
In any case, it doesn't matter whether she's punished or not.
え
？How could he not understand?
あの娘は今やこの国にとっての負を押し付けるために必要とされている。
She is a necessary scapegoat to preoccupy the minds of the unhappy citizens.
生贄も同然だ。
Sacrifices like her will always exist.
責任をなすりつけ、
They need
貶めて良い
someone to
存
blame,
在が
right?
いるという事実は、人間の悪感情を極限まで調子づかせる。
Humans are always seeking a target for blame, whether innocent or not. It feeds their miserable souls. And unfortunately, this is true.
必要悪ってやつですか。
You're saying she's a necessary evil?
俺が今回あの娘をかばったとしても、新たな不幸があればまた攻撃の対象にされるのが目に見えている。
Even if I defended her this time, the people will be quick to blame her again for the next instance of that card. He understood that.
あのクルーンも死神の異名そのものを剥ぎ取るとあの場で宣言したのだろうな。
Which is why Kern announced that he would disprove her abilities as death.
でもそれは幽霊がいないと証明しろって難題と同等ですよね。
But isn't that like trying to prove that ghosts don't exist?
そんな不確かなことをイブさんは本当に解決できるんでしょうか。
Do you really think Yves can prove something so uncertain to begin with it?
ただでさえ彼女には生まれる前に両親を呪い殺したかもっていう疑いがかかってるのに。
On top of everything else, she's being suspected of causing her parents' death before she was even born. Hearing Donut's mumbling made my hand stop just as I was about to pick up a scalpel.
生まれる前に親を殺した？どういうことだ？
Killed her parents before she was born. Explain.
あ、やば、シアンさんには内緒なんでした。すみませんが、僕はこの辺りで。
Confidential information, Donut! Confidential! But no, this is actually a good thing. I mean, it's not a good thing, but you know, hey, results. Oh shoot, it was supposed to be a secret. I'm sorry, but I really have to go. Before he left, I grabbed Donut by the neck.
警備兵への通信阻害について責任を追及してやってもいいんだぞ。
I wonder who was responsible for delaying communication to my guards.
ああ、やっぱりバレてました。ごめんなさい。白状するので休日の削減だけはご勘弁を。
Hey, vacation time is important here. They never get a day off. So you knew. I'm so sorry. I'll confess everything, so please don't cut my vacation time. take your vacation anyway.
ということで彼女のご両親について身元を調べていたわけなんですが
I'm in support of that. Like, if you take your vacation time, even if your employer says, "Hey, we need you back," just like screw them. I'm on vacation. Don't bother me. So you see, I hadn't meant to investigate her background or her parents at all.
夫婦ともどもリコリスの花畑で変死した。
Both of her parents committed suicide in the licorice field. I ordered Donut to tell me the data he had found about the girl's parents. Name, gender, age. The version of themselves they revived through Reliver system. Retrieved. And pictures of them before they died. Right there. It was immediately clear that she inherited her mother's blonde hair.
そうか。あの小娘はこいつの。
I see. So that girl is...
まさかこんな形であの女の忘れ形見と関わることになるとは。
I never expected to be involved with that woman's abandoned child. In addition, the guardian of the licorice seemed to match that old prophecy.
そのカルテとやらはどこの病院に残っていた？
From which hospital did you obtain these records?
エクソシスト教団が運営するあの大きな病院だそうです。
The big one managed by the Society of Exorcists.
あそこか。
Yeah, that horrible
厄
place.
介な病院にかかったも
Burn
の
it
だ。
down.
俺への当てつけか？
That place. Of all the hospitals to be involved, it's like they wanted me to cause me trouble.
少し調べてみるか。
I guess I should look into it.
シアンさん、もしかしてこのお二人と知り合いだったりするんです？
Cian? Just out of curiosity, did you know her parent?
所長、副所長、緊急事態です。王族が、アルペシェール王家が。
Are they dying? I hope they're dying. No, they're probably rioting. Doing something stupid. Like usual. Director, Deputy, it's an emergency. The royal family of Arbachel. My subordinate interrupted our conversation. Hearing the words I hated most made me want to toss him out of the room.
嫌な予感しかしないんですが、王族の皆さんがどうしたんです？
I don't like the sound of this. What about the royal family? Seeing that I wanted no part in the reports, Donut responded in my place.
例の変死事件について。
It's about the strange deaths.
アルペシェール王家がクーネに住まうセレスという少女とイブという男を犯人と名指し公表しました。
The royal family of Arbachel announced that the culprits are partners living in Colwyn by the name of Cerez and Yves.
はい。
How do they know where they lived? I guess someone delivered the information to them.
そら、早速生贄の出番だ。
See? Our sacrifice is hard at work. I let out a heavy sigh at the typical turn of events.
さて、この局面をどうやって乗り越える？クルーン。
Now then. Let's see how you overcome the situation, Karun. If that old fairy tale is true, and he really will bring me down,
この程度で死ぬはずがないだろ
then he can make it out alive. It basically painted a big red target on us. Well, it's... No, it is worse than it was before. I was gonna say it wasn't much worse than it was before, but it's just turned it up a little bit. In Cheddars, there were a few distinguished families that supported Upper Chell for ages. The Auric family that controlled agriculture, the Bolin family of the fine arts and design, the Claude family that oversaw knowledge, and the former Prowse family of martial arts, which protected select members of the royal family. Last night in the district where such families had influence even over the royal family, the mysterious deaths finally occurred. Many of the successors of these old families, male and female, lost their lives without backups in place. Why do I feel like those deaths were the cause of the royal family? In an attempt to make, all the strong families side with them and put the blame on Ceres and Yves. Because that would definitely be one way to make it happen. Because if the families had potentially more strength than the royal family, they'd want those against them, right? They'd want them on their side, right? Furious, the survivors denounced the royal family for making false statements without conducting a thorough investigation. No, maybe not. They warned that they would no longer make any contributions to the royal family. When pressed for answers, the royal family made use of the existing scapegoats in the Commoner district. In other words, they blamed the maiden of death, who was hiding in Cohen with the young Yves who protected her. Okay, so not quite, but yeah. They claimed that it was the curse that caused this abominable chain of events, of deaths. Spare me, it's 6:45, spare me some. All known associates of the two culprits had been placed under house arrest. They would not be jailed, provided that they did not aid the culprit's escape. Which meant that the periodic deliveries of food, along with the sharing of information, became impossible. Is bird, what is it called? Bird mail? Is bird mail still a thing here? Write a little letter on a scrap of paper, tie it to a dove, and send it off? Or something? Is that not a thing at this time? But convenient if it was.
自警団のリーダーだろうと関係ない。お前も自宅にて待機していろ。
I thought they have access to those type of birds. It doesn't matter if you're the leader of the corps. You'll be confined to your house.
抵抗の意思を少しでも示したら反逆罪で裁きを受けることになると思え。
Show any sign of defiance, you'll find yourself charged with treason. Members of the corps could only watch in confusion as their leader was taken away by the royal guard. Among the members was Hugo. He was able to avoid house arrest because he was already put distance between himself and Yves. Just as Adolf passed Hugo on the way out, he whispered,
あいつらを頼むぞ。
I'm counting on you. I'm dragging you in whether you like it or not, basically. Hugo could hear the absolute trust in Adolf's voice.
分かってる。そんなこと。
You don't have to tell me that. We learned about the charges against us through an official statement by the royal family in the newspaper.
出てこい人殺し！よく平然と暮らしていられるな！
Like, they've been in this house the whole entire time. How are they supposed to commit murders? Magic? Apparently. Their logic systems aren't completely working.
おい、さすがにやりすぎじゃないか。この兵に見つかったらなんて言われるか。
Hey, keep it down, will you? What if the royal guard finds us?
他の関係者と違って監視がついてないってことは、こいつらを守るつもりなんてないんだろう。
They left these guys to fend for themselves. Why else would they be guarding their allies?
このまま国があの死神どもを犯罪者として処刑してくれれば。
If only the royal bastards would brand those... Only if the royals would brand those bastards as criminals and execute them already.
変死が止まるだけじゃなく、この国の短命の呪いも一緒に消えるんじゃないか？
Not only would the weird death stop, but the country's curse might even disappear too.
そうか、そうだよな。
Yeah, I see what you mean. Y'all stupid. Yves was keeping his guard up, as Puffy and I were as still as possible inside the room. Hearing the conversation coming from outside, my hand crumpled the edge of the newspaper I was reading. Ever since the paper was published, people had been gathering outside of Karun to harass us. I never imagined Adolf and everyone else would be placed under house arrest.
言われのない罪で投獄されるよりはマシだと思うしかないね。
I guess the silver lining is that no one was falsely accused and thrown in jail. The royal family was accusing me and Yves of being responsible for the deaths. I was sure that everyone would be freed eventually, as long as they corroborated. Yves and I glanced at the entrance to the storage room, where we kept the food supplies. Our major issue right now was food. We were already banned from making purchases, And with Adolf and the others unable to bring us food, our only choice was to work with what we had until we found another solution. Until we had to eat Puppy. I wonder if the royal family seriously thinks we're responsible for the deaths. The newspaper said that even Cyan agreed with the statements. Good. They're lying. They're a bunch of liars. The royal family is a bunch of liars and losers. I don't believe the article. I think the royal family made this up on their own.
俺も同感。シアンさんの全てを理解してるなんて言わないけど。
Yeah, I agree. I can't say I understand Cyan fully, but
少なくともシアンさんは何の根拠もなく人を犯罪者扱いするような人じゃないよ。
at the very least, Cyan isn't the type of person to brand someone as a criminal without solid evidence.
するなら証拠をしっかり提示して、自分の口から堂々とだろうね。
If anything, I think he'd be proud of his findings and announce them to the public. So no one's come to arrest us, because the royal family got ahead of themselves. If that was true, they probably were too afraid of Cyan to act on it.
民や有力者の不満の矛先を俺たちに向けるためだろうね。
I assume those in power did this to direct the people's frustration on us.
あわよくば暴走した民の死刑で死んでくれれば都合がいい。
This case for them
そんな考えじゃないのかな。
is that the masses just barge in and kill us. Or at least I figure that's their ideal scenario. But what happens after then? Who did they blame then? At any moment, a mob could break in without any supervision or restraints. They would willingly do the royal's bidding. That's horrible. In any case, using the name of the savior of this country proved impactful. Most would believe anything that Cyan was quoted as saying, whether true or not.
本当に恋愛感情の有無が変死の条件となってるなら、犠牲者が増える前に住人たちに知らせないといけないのに。
If romantic relationships really are a trigger for the deaths, we need to let everyone know before more people die. No, it's not good. Just as Yves was thinking about what could be done, he suddenly covered his mouth and began to cough.
こんな状況だっていうのに風邪でもひいちゃったかな。
Of all the times to catch a cold. I bet it's because you let me have more of the blankets last night. I was surprised to see you shivering this morning.
その分君の体温が高かったから問題ないと思ってたんだけど。
I thought you'd be warm enough to keep me warm too, but... I gently rubbed Yves' back as he coughed. Yves, you didn't seem well last night either. Why don't you have a rest? Oh. That was the fish. I thought there was like whip. What the hell? Where did that come from? Puffy trembled in his bowl as the wall shook from out a pounding. Okay, not a whip, but a pound. It's so dangerous during the daytime that we need to stay hidden from sight. So it's probably the best course of action. It's probably best to take action at late at night when everyone's asleep.
そうだね。俺の部屋に移動しようか。あそこなら物音が外に響きにくい。
Just sleep through it all. If you're asleep, nothing's wrong. Nothing can hurt you in your sleep. Except for dreams, but you know, even those can't physically hurt you. Sleep is the answer. Sleep is always the answer. Okay, not really, but hey, it helps. You're right. Let's move to my room. The noise won't be as loud in there. Yves reluctantly agreed with my suggestion. He didn't like the idea of sleeping too much, so he got dressed to go outside just before climbing into bed. Bye. Perhaps the cold medicine he drank had some side effects. Or maybe it was something or maybe it was because he was so tired from everything that happened. Yves kept falling asleep and waking up intermittently until it was dark outside the window. I had been doing the same, sleeping and waking up repeatedly so that I could check on how he was doing. I placed Puffy's bowl near Yves' bed, and it seemed like even Puffy was looking up at Yves' sleeping face with worry. Aww. Don't you worry, Puffy. Your owner's just asleep right now. I promise you, I won't drag him into my mess again in the future. Puffy splashed water out of his bowl. I have to admit, Puffy, you have so many emotions for a fish. Too many. What if it's not? What if it's actually a person and they were just turned into a fish and Yves happened to catch it and put it in a bowl? Quite life. Perhaps it took over after its owner. Suddenly, I heard sounds coming from outside. My shoulders jerked visibly. A cold sweat broke from my forehead. That sound. I hoped it was just the wind. Unfortunately, my hopes were dashed. I held my breath as Yves slept silently. I could hear everything outside, even the sound of insects. And a heartbeat, apparently. Oh, it's mine. Okay. My heart was pumping so hard I felt like it was gonna explode. Okay, exit from the back. I knew going outside now was a bad idea, but if someone's outside now, that means they're up to no good. There were only a few legitimate reasons as to why someone would try to sneak into someone else's house. What? I can't think of any legitimate reason why someone would break break into someone else's house. You're just not supposed to break into someone else's house. It's bad. There's nothing good about it. I mean, unless it's your house and you just get locked out, but then it's not someone else's house. Then it's not breaking and entering, because it's your own house. If this person decided to break the window and come inside, there would be no good way of defending ourselves. I took a quick glance at Yves' sleeping face before gathering my courage to go outside.
Oi, 早く燃やさないと死神に見つかっちまうぞ。
Hey, we better get a fire going before Jeff finds out.
落ち着けって。油は撒いたんだから、一度火をつけりゃあっという間に敷地ごと燃え尽きちまうはずだ。
Calm down, I already poured oil, so once we set it on fire, the place should burn to the ground. I discovered 2 men trying to set fire to Yves' precious Lycoris Neoches. That's a stupid idea. Doesn't everyone know what happens when you destroy the Lycorises? I thought it was common knowledge. Burning isn't going to be any different than picking them. No! I raised my voice and dashed toward the men. The man slowly moved a flaming torch up to the glistening black petals. Yeah, kick him. I pushed the man hard from behind, giving me the opportunity to make my next move. I endured the heat as I stomped out the flames from the torch that fell to the ground. She found us.
今度は俺たちを呪い殺すつもりかよ。
So now you're planning on cursing us yourself. You've got it all wrong. I just want you to leave Yves alone. He's just a victim. He worked at Karun all this time so he could help everyone and...
死神をかばっている時点で恩も同情もねえんだよ。
He stopped deserving our gratitude the moment he took you in death.
7年前、あいつがお前を助けなければ、今回の事件だって起きなかったんだ。
They're all stupid. 7 years ago, if he hadn't saved you, we wouldn't be in this mess. The two yelled at the top of their lungs, and one of them turned toward me with an axe in hand. I could feel the malice clearly. They weren't just here to harass us. They were here with a serious intention of killing us. This is far different from the hatred they expressed before. Even though I had always been despised, I didn't truly understand the rage of human emotions until now. The man held his axe up and ran toward me. I couldn't escape. If I ran now, they would only go after Yves, who was sound asleep inside. I need to at least save Yves. Maybe he could escape if I made it seem like he wasn't inside. The heavy iron cut through the air. I closed my eyes, expecting my end to come. Suddenly, a shutter jumped out in front of me. Yves! Yes! Before it landed, a blade was stopped by the drawn sword. Yves? Move back. Okay. I followed his command and quickly moved behind Yves' back. Yves struck the axe away and stood in front to protect me.
聞いてくれ。俺は君たちと争いたくない。
Please leave. I don't want to fight you two.
うるせえ
Shut up!
そいつを殺さなくちゃ俺たちの生活に平穏は戻ってこないんだ
We need to kill her or we're never going to get back our lives. The man with the axe and the other with the plow charged toward Yves at once. I was gonna diss the plow, but yeah, I guess if he uses a plow correctly, it can do some damage. Under normal circumstances, Yves would be able to easily suppress the two men without harming them, but since he hadn't fully recovered yet, Yves was in pain. The best he could do was keep parrying the incoming attacks. Losing his balance, Yves fell to his knees. A crushing blow was aimed for his head from high above. No! I quickly grabbed the man's arm and used all my strength I had left in me to stop him. Just die! Give me 1 second. I need to block ban someone. Not about that life. Go away, bots. Leave! And done. The man pulled back his axe. It sliced through the air toward the defenseless death. Ah! As the shadow of the blade fell upon my golden hair, it's okay, we're gonna be fine. The blade missed. Boo, your aim sucks! Oh. Yeah! Yves jumped and covered me from the slash. The blade grazed his mask. Yeah. In that moment, the gentle moonlight began to peek through the night's clouds. Don't look! It's not that bad. Face reveal! Yay! The moonlight torch was gentle yet cruel. It shone upon Yves' bare face to drive away the shadow that had long hidden it. Yves cried out and tried his best to cover his face with his hands, but it was too late. I could see now, but words couldn't even begin to describe it. Don't look. Don't look at me, Cerez. Please. Unfortunately, I was already gazing at him. Gazing at Yves' face in full. His scorched skin was the color of obsidian. The red lines running through his glowed and pulsated intermittently. It was as though another life form was living inside him, moving, squirming. It was then trembling voices around me. You shouldn't call shouldn't call someone a monster just because they have a bad injury. That's just being mean. You're just an asshole at that point. The man's scream cut through Yves' heart.
なんて醜い。本当に死神に疲れていたからこいつをかばっていたんだな。
You know what, Manby? You go ahead, pull the Ligrises. I support your action of... Yeah, burn the Ligrises. There we go. Yeah. Don't you hurt my Yves' feelings. That is unforgivable. He's hideous! Now I know why Death possessed you to act as her defender.
逃げろ。見つめられただけで呪い殺されるぞ。
That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Run for it! He can kill us by cursing us through his eyes!
醜い化け物。
Hideous monster.
分かってはいたけど。
Like they need to remind me.
久しぶりに聞くと辛いな。
It's been a while, but it still hurts. Yves weakly looked down at the ground. The men ran off screaming until we could hear them no more. I wasn't sure what to say in response to something so shocking. But Yves was in front of me, with his head lowered, clearly suffering. I couldn't leave him like this. I carefully called out to him when... Yves threw his sword aside. He covered his face with both hands, trying to run away. I couldn't let him be hurt and alone. My emotions guided me forward. Yves! I reached out to him and somehow managed to grasp his clothes before he could slip away. Please, don't go! Please don't isolate yourself. I pleaded for him to stop, but Yves was still shuddering with fear and wouldn't listen.
嫌だ。見るな。見るな。見るな。離せ。
No. Don't look! Don't look! Don't look! Let me go! He struggled hard as he hid his face and tried to break free from my hold. No! If I let go of you, you'll never come back. I had no proof of it, but I felt certain that he would disappear forever. I couldn't let him. I had thought so many times of leaving before, but that was because I was the one who should leave. I don't want my dear Yves to end up all alone. As we struggled, I fell to the ground. I bore the pain and once again got up to cling to Yves when suddenly... You damned idiots! A shadow running toward us quickly threw a cloak over Yves' head. Suddenly, I felt the strength begin to leave my body, Yves' body. His consciousness slowly faded and his body slowly crumpled to the ground. Hugo! I smiled with relief when I saw Hugo catch Yves before he fell. But then... Don't you touch Yves' death!
あんたのせいでイブが今まで築き上げてきたものが全部台無しだ
It's because of you that everything in Yves' life has turned to nothing. I thought we were friends, Hugo. Hugo shouted until his voice was hoarse, then turned his back on me. I was shocked by the situation, but I was more shocked and disgusted to see myself instinctively reach out to touch Yves. Hugo quickly supported Yves back inside the house. I expected him to slam the door, but...
入れ。あんたが一人で突っ立ってると、それはそれで目立つんだよ。
Hurry up. I can't have you standing around outside and attracting attention. I'm sorry. I could tell he was doing the best he could to suppress his hatred for the sake of his partner. I picked up the torn mask and forced my weakened body to follow Hugo and Yves inside. Hugo gently laid down the pale Yves onto his bed. Only Yves knew where he kept his spare masks, so there was nothing to cover the scar he desperately wanted to hide. With a pained expression, Hugo turned away from Yves, who was now sound asleep. He then glared at me sharply. I hadn't seen him in a while, but it was obvious that he had no intention of being friendly right now. Hugo, about Yves?
想像以上にひどい火傷跡で、あんたも衝撃だったんじゃないか。
You must have been in shock too, seeing how horrible his scars are.
他でもないあんたが、こいつに刻んだもののくせして。
Of course, I can't be too sure considering you're the cause. Don't be an asshole. He slammed his fist onto the table, and a loud thud echoed through the hall.
さすがは死神がもたらしたやけど、残す傷跡も一味違うよな。
Guess I gotta hand it to death to leave such a scar. Not like any old burn, is it?
俺も初めて見たときは情けなく悲鳴を上げて腰を抜かしちまったよ。
When I first saw it, I screamed so pathetically and fell to the ground.
今までこいつの素顔を見てきた奴らだって似たような反応ばっかだった。
Everyone who's seen under his mask has reacted the same way I did. The skin on his hand was peeling, but he wasn't phased.
ずっとイラついてたよ。
I was angry all this time.
恨まれていないからって当たり前のようにこいつの優しさを享受するあんたのずうずうしさによ。
I was pissed at how brazen you are, accepting his kindness as if he owed you it, knowing that he held no grudges. Each word slapped me in stunned silence.
ああ、そうだよ。俺はな、
Yeah, that's right,
イブの幸せをことごとく奪い続けるあんたが最初に会った時から大嫌いだったんだ。
I've hated you since we first met. And you still keep stealing Eve's happiness. I could hardly breathe. My throat felt dry and scratchy. I was a foolish sinner, meeting her judgments. The force of his shouting was like a blade being held to my neck. Hugo.
なあ、死ねよ。
Just die already. The words pierced the surface of my skin.
頼むから、こいつを殺す前に今すぐ死んでくれ。
Just die now, before you steal any more of his life.
イブは優しすぎるやつだから、あんたを守ることを死んでも諦めない。
Yves is too kind for his own good. He won't give up in protecting you, even if he dies.
だから、そうなる前にここで死んでくれ。
So before that happens, just die already.
あんただって憎からず思うイブのために死ねるなら本望だろ。
You don't mind dying for Yves, especially since you have feelings for him, right? He wanted me to die, but it was so he could protect someone dear to him. Last choice? We gotta refuse. Actually, we gotta make a save file. Just in case. There we go. Wait until Hugo leaves, and then we'll end. Hugo's anger was well justified. If only I left Yves sooner. If only I had died before meeting Yves. I knew that I didn't deserve him. Yet I kept letting myself be reassured by his kind words. It was all my fault. How could I be so foolish? My identity was of any concern now. My existence had transformed into a weapon that could kill my precious Yves. My mind drifted to the knives in the kitchen. I wanted nothing more than to take one and stab myself through the shameless hearts. But...
こちらこそ生きていてくれてありがとう。
Same to you. Thanks for being alive, and...
君との再会を手繰り寄せてくれたリコリスたちが起こした奇跡に心からの感謝を。
I'm deeply grateful to the Lycrises for the miracle of reuniting me with you once again. He saved my life. Knowing that, I couldn't throw away my life so easily. The only one who could tell me to die was... Yves. And Yves alone. I gritted my teeth and clenched my fist to prevent me from nodding in compliance. I didn't care if my hands became bloody. Seeing that I wasn't complying?
あんたが
If
メソメソ泣いて口先だけの謝罪を繰り返す女ならすぐにでも叩き切ってた。
you were crying and apologizing, trying to make excuses, I would have just killed you myself. Huh?
ああ、すっきりしたわ。
Okay. I'm good now. Hugo sheathed his sword, then looked up at the ceiling with a groan.
前、イブに言われたんだわ。
Yves told me before.
あんたのことが苦手なら我慢する必要なんてない。堂々と嫌ったっていい。
That if I didn't like you, there was no need to put up a front. He said that I could tell you myself.
俺が嫌う分、自分があんたを愛するからってよ。
The reason he told me that was because he said the more I hate you, the more he can love you. You've said that?
だからお言葉に甘えて本音をぶちまけたんだ。どんだけひどい暴言を吐こうが、お優しいイブがあんたを慰めてくれると思ってよ。
Which is why I took that offer and told you everything. Figured Yves would console you no matter how much I insulted you. But everything you said was true. Hugo!
ああ、そうだよ。俺は自分が間違ったことを言ってるとは思わねえ。
Yeah, it was. I know what I said isn't wrong at all.
でも俺はあんたに負けちまったからな。
That said, I lost to you. Lost?
悔しいことにあんた、イブのあの火傷を見て驚きはしたが逃げなかっただろう。
I hate to admit it, but when you saw Yves' scar, even though you were surprised, you didn't run from him.
それどころか自分を醜いと叫ぶイブに手を伸ばして引き止めた。
Instead, you reached out to stop Yves from hiding his face and running away.
その光景を見た瞬間、負けたと思ったよ。
It was then that I realized I lost to you.
さすがは死神がもたらしたやけど、残す傷跡も一味
He
違
said
う
a
よ
lot of
な
hurtful things. He hurt even my feelings. Guess I gotta hand it to you, Death. Leave such a scar, not like any old burn, is it?
俺も初めて見たときは情けなく悲鳴を上げて腰を抜かしちまったよ。
When I first saw it, I screamed so pathetically and fell to the ground.
俺はあいつのうごめくやけど跡が恐ろしくて仕方ない。
I'm still scared of how his scars keep pulsating like that.
さっきだって人目を避けるためじゃなく傷に直接触れるのが嫌で。
The reason why I covered him earlier wasn't because I wanted to hide his face, but because I didn't want to touch his scars.
顔を服で覆うようにかぶせたんだ。あの黒いシミ、呪いが自分に移るんじゃねえかって。
I feel like I would be cursed if I did. So I threw my cloak over him without thinking. As with everyone, there's supernatural curses, supernatural beliefs and curses, and all that stuff here. This whole country. Hugo let out a heavy sigh.
なんつうか、あいつに必要なのは理解じゃなくて共感だったんだな。
I guess what he needed wasn't someone who could understand him, but someone who could emphasize with him.
あんた、あいつが大事にしてるリコリス・ノワージュも綺麗だって言ったんだって。
I heard that you actually said that the Lycris Neoches he'd been taking care of are pretty or something. Yes. I've been visiting the field of Lycris ever since I was little. I know this sounds strange, but the flowers feel like they're part of my family.
そうか。俺はあんな花を守る使命なんか捨てちまえっていつも口うるさく言ってたよ。
I see. I keep telling him to forget his mission and leave those flowers alone.
あいつの安全を考えての説得だったが、結局のところ俺はイブらしさを潰して普通の人間に寄せようとしたってことだよな。
I thought I was helping him. But I guess all I was doing was crushing his real self, to try to make him into a normal person.
自分と同じ目線で生きてほしいって独りよがりに押し付けてたんだ。
I was pushing my ego onto him, by wanting him to live like me. Hugo.
けど俺の価値観は至極真っ当なもんだぜ。あの傷や災いの花を受け入れられるあんたたちの価値観の方が大概なんだ。
My values are totally normal. You two are the strange ones. Loving those cursed flowers and not being afraid of his scars.
だから異常者同士でお似合いなんじゃねえの？
So, maybe you two make the perfect weird match. And with that, Hugo headed to the entrance. His gait was noticeably lighter than before. I could no longer sense any ill will from him.
イブが目を覚ましたら俺にいじめられたって正直に言えよ。
When Yves wakes up, be honest and let him know that I badmouthed you. He turned around and gave his usual smile.
そうしたらきっとイブはあんたを傷ついた分愛してくれるだろうからな。
In that way, Yves will shower you with love to make up for the pain I caused. Hugo! I called out to him before he could leave. I won't tell him anything. If there's something I want to argue about, I'll say it to you, not him. Oh. But I'm not used to arguing or fighting, so... Maybe some other day? Can I complain to you about how scary you are? He was pretty scary. Hugo blinked a few times at the words that even I knew didn't make much sense. His shoulders shook a bit, and he smiled.
なんだそりゃ。喧嘩の予告なんて初めて聞いた。
Gonna fight him in the Wendy's parking lot. What the hell are you saying? First time I've had someone ask me for a fight.
けど、そいつが惚れ込んじまったのはそういうところなんだろうな。
Well, I guess that's what drew him to you. And that one's a pained laugh. His smile strangely made him look like he was crying. Hugo then grabbed his chest and left Karun. And I'm gonna pause it here, make a little save file. And we'll continue this next week. Actually, might just go back to the beginning next week. But I felt weird to just end it right there. It was too intense. It was too an intense place to end it. So I had to at least get to the a good stopping point. So, but I make a safe file anyway. All right, so we'll finish off Yves' story next week. But no, Hugo's yelling was very intense. I won't lie, it was intense. Like I felt hurt. He really pierced right down there, didn't he? Anyway, it is almost 8 a.m. So I'm gonna go to bed. And my voice is like tripping over itself from the 11 hours of streaming. Yay! Anyway, yeah. Yay! We now have a record of Yves Route. Hooray! So, we'll completely finish Yves not tomorrow, sorry. Next week. Next week will be the finale of Virce Evermore Era Salvation. Like I said, I'm stumbling over my words after 11 hours of reading visual novels out loud. So tomorrow we have a indie visual novel called Ruby Dreams, Immortal Promise. It's one of the indie games from the NaNoRenO 2024 game jam. It's kind of sort of romance, puzzle, mystery type thing. And then we're gonna maybe finish Apothecary Diaries. Or at least get halfway through season 2. Is it season 2 or part 2? But yeah, that is the plan. That is the plan for the rest of the week. And I guess with that said, I will see everyone later tonight at 8 p.m. EST for Ruby Dreams Immortal Promise. There's gonna be vampires. Yay. I'm gonna go rest my voice because it actually kind of hurts. But yeah, I feel a little better now that we've done a little bit of Yves. We had a little bit of happiness, a little bit of drama, a little bit of sadness, but you know, for the most part, it was like good stuff so far. But yeah, it was a nice break from Lucas's salvation end. Very salvation-y. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, okay. I hope everyone has a good night, morning, evening, afternoon. And I hope to see you all again. Thank you for the raid by Rose Ember. Thank you for coming by. Hope everyone has good nights. And I'm really bad at words. I don't know, just enjoy yourself. I don't know what to say. Be happy, be healthy. Ooh. Don't be a Hugo and get all jealousy and say mean things. And don't be a cappuccino. And use innocent people for your experiments because of your obsession. This is the best I can get for life lessons at 8 a.m. after not having slept. Okay. Anyway, everyone take care. I'll see you later. As usual. I'll see you later. Bye-bye.